Want to go over such news? Loaded thought it was hardcore media and my life experiences. Um, they like leave a comment going over different news, what's been going on today, and then we're going to take a look at some of the protests, riots, stuff like that. I want to go over some news that has happened though. Let's see. Let's get into it. Here is from Conservative Twins. I'm not conservative or anything, but I don't like illegals, what they've been doing, destroying, taking resources from Americans, stuff like that. So let's get into this.
Calvert.
That's right.
Thanks to the witnesses for being here.
That's okay, Private. Go ahead.
Private, call it fucking private. Wow.
They call this woke Democrat a private.
They call it a fucking private. Holy shit.
We got a damn good show. Damn good show. But before we get to today's show, don't forget, new giveaway. Ram Diesel with the Cummins transmission, 10 grand in cash. To get in and win, just go to officialhorsestwins.com. Anything you buy on my site gets you automatically in it to win. Yeah, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, he drags these Democrats all over the floor, makes them look like the fools that they are. Check this out.
The clock's still moving, Mr. Secretary. I want to express my severe concern with the deployment of the National Guard in Los Angeles without consultation of the state of California. There have been...
Without consultation of the state of California.
That's because it's been run by criminals, enabling criminals to destroy California, along with the other states as well. I heard things are getting crazy in Colorado. Of course, you got Texas, and of course New York, Chicago, and stuff. This is because these guys. I think they should be tried for treason and stuff. But let's. I mean, this is what happens when criminals run it. You ain't gonna tell the criminals what's happening. Is in the military.
Wow.
Photographs that have shown these troops sleeping on the floor and have not been provided fuel, food, or water by DOD. How long will this deployment last, and what?
That is nuts. They've been there, what, a day? Yeah. They out in the field. Yeah. You know what's crazy? We're ex-Marines. And whenever we was undergoing any training or anything, never were we provided like chairs and stuff like that. We laid on the ground all the time. You're a soldier. Because you're a soldier. This is not an office job. Right. There's times when they can sit down in a chair. This is not the time. Yeah. They're going to make that available. But when they arrive on site, a lot of times you got all your equipment and you're just lying on the ground. Yeah, they're on the front lines. This fool is trying to make it out to be that these people should be in a luxury hotel looking at the riots from a window. Yeah, and they have no food. They probably had MREs. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, MREs.
Why were we unprepared to provide them basic necessities such as food and water?
They have that. They got
no
that.
food.
They're gonna get that.
That's crazy. Yeah.
The commanders and troops on the field are very well prepared, sir. They responded incredibly rapidly to a deteriorating situation with equipment and capabilities. We have made sure from the top down, as a Secretary of Defense who's been in a unit holding riot shields outside the White House during the chaos of the summer of 2020. I know what it's like to be immediately deployed into a situation like that. There are moments where you make do as best you can temporarily, but we are ensuring they're housed, fed, water capabilities in real time from my office, because I care that much about the California Guard and the Marines and the men and women who are supporting our ICE agents on the ground.
You should check
it's true every day, and that's a disingenuous attack that misrepresents how much we care about our troops and what they're doing to defend ICE agents. I'm not going to take the fact that we don't care about the troops. Nobody cares more about the troops at the top than this Secretary and the Chairman and our department.
How long will the deployment last?
We stated very publicly that it's 60 days. because we want to ensure that those rioters, looters, and thugs on the other side assaulting our police officers know that we're not going anywhere. We're here to maintain the peace on behalf of law enforcement officers in Los Angeles, which Gavin Newsom won't do.
What is the estimated cost of the deployment for the Guard and the Marines to L.A., and where's this funding coming from? Will it be coming from quality of life programs that affect our service members?
He's about to say it too, but $40 billion that the Democrats have squandered away in California, and given a lot of it's given to illegals, been giving them free health care, housing, and stuff like that, subsidies and everything like that. You know, at the cost of Americans and everything, $40 billion. Okay? Again, I don't like to make this about politics because I hate both sides, but Democrats, right, in this part, it's their fault. They've enabled this and everything. This is a result and everything. So, I mean, what about the $40 billion you squandered from taxpayers? You know?
Oh, now you care about funding? You know, he's a congressman from California. You know, they have a $40 billion hole because they want to give illegals free health care. Yeah, they're broke. Yeah, but he's asking him, where's this money coming from?
Or families, if you want to wait till I finish.
Before I hand it to
such as updates, housing and barracks.
Before I hand it to Bryn, the insinuation that we're pulling money from housing and barracks in order to fund this is disingenuous and incorrect.
I'm just asking.
Bryn can give you the numbers. Absolutely.
So the current estimated cost is $134 million, which is largely just TDY costs, travel, housing, food, etc.
Oh, where's it coming from? That's the cost, but where's it coming from?
Their O&M accounts.
With the most recent deployment of the Marines, Mr. Secretary, what's the justification for using the military for civilian law enforcement purposes in L.A.? Why are you sending war fighters to cities to interact with civilians?
Every American citizen deserves to live in a community that's safe, and ICE agents need to be able to do their job. They're being attacked for doing their job, which is deporting illegal criminals. That should happen in any city, Minneapolis or Los Angeles. And if they're attacked, that's lawless, and President Trump believes in law and order. So he has every authority, and he has done mobilizing National Guard or active duty troops under U.S. code to protect federal agents in their job, which is exactly what we're doing, and we're proud to do it. We're proud to do it.
10 U.S.C. of the U.S. Code 12406 as a legal basis that the President used cites 3 examples and circumstances for the Guard: invasion by a foreign nation, rebellion or dangerous rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, or the President is unable for.
That's two. That's two.
Immigrants attacking ICE agents.
We've been invaded by foreign adversaries and stuff, obviously. You know, cartels, gangs, criminals, all that across the border. Because of the stupid assholes that have been letting it happen. And also, let us see. Let's go back.
President is unable for against the authority of the government of the United States, or the President is unable for
against the authority of the United States, not
immigrants attacking ICE agents.
Attacking, yeah.
Police cars getting just rocks thrown at them. Torched. Yeah, burning up police cars. That doesn't meet the looting stores. That doesn't meet the doesn't meet the requirements. Don't forget the looting.
With regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. Which authority is triggered here to justify the use?
I don't know. You just read it yourself, and people can listen themselves, but it sounds like all 3 to me. If you've got millions of illegals and you don't know where they're coming from, they're waving flags from foreign countries and assaulting police officers and law enforcement officers, that's a problem.
Laws of the United States?
No, the governor of California is unable to execute the laws of the United States.
The president, you said all 3 apply.
The governor of the California has failed to protect his people, along with the mayor of Los Angeles, and so President Trump has said he will protect our agents, and our Guard and Marines are proud to do it.
The law also says, Mr. Secretary, that the orders for these purposes shall be issued through governors of the states.
Obviously, he's a criminal.
You and I both know that President Trump has all the authorities necessary, and thankfully he's willing to do it. on behalf of the citizens of Los Angeles,
You
on behalf
also-
of our ICE agents, and behalf of our country.
We've also pulled $1 billion for the border as well. So this just goes into the same, fund, 134. What did
Congressman,
you
what's the-
indicate, 134 million? I was asking Ms. McDonald.
Okay.
134 million
They care
goes
about
on top
money
of the
now.
billion that's been pulled for the
So the
border.
funding that was
Yeah.
pulled for this year was largely in FSRM, and in this budget, we're actually looking to plus that funding back up to backfill that for our troops and for their families.
No, they're in California, they're in a $40 billion hole. That's just with Medicaid.
Yeah.
And they're like housing these people, feeding these people, providing them
Healthcare, free
SNAP
healthcare,
benefits.
all that stuff.
But they don't care about when it's that's in the hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah.
But now they care about 134 million.
So they rather fund people to come
There
here.
is no price for getting criminals off the streets. There is no price that I would, put on them as opposed to what they've gotten $40 billion in debt that they can't account for in California alone. That's been going to illegals and stuff like that and ripping off Americans. They can't account for that. There's some criminals that's running the state, and they're worried about how much the military's cost.
Through our borders illegally, take care of their housing, give them a stipend so they can get adjusted.
Yeah.
Put them up in hotels. Take over old schools, resources that was abandoned by the
Get free
governments and
schooling,
municipalities,
free schooling.
and reopen those just to house and feed these people.
Universities.
Illegal immigrants,
Yeah.
but we can't send troops
To protect
the citizens of the state of California. That's
and the ICE
the
agents
country.
that's wild.
and the police.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check out this broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, I plan to ask you some budget questions about the following: the cost of the Qatar plane, where the money from the Army's parade is coming from, or the National Guard deployments to the border, where that funding is coming from. I honor and celebrate the United States Army, but I'd like to know how much this parade is going to cost. I have sent the department
care about
letters
money now.
on
They
several
care about
occasions
money
on
now.
this, and I'm still waiting for a response. But then something else
Got a
happened this weekend, and it needs to be addressed. And that is the president's premature and escalatory decision to deploy not only the National Guard troops to Los Angeles, but active duty Marines as well. Mr. Secretary, we're both from Minnesota. I was in the Twin Cities during the riots that followed the murder of George Floyd. Tens of thousands of protesters took to the streets for days. Governor Walz made the decision to call up the Minnesota National Guard. At no point did we need the citizens of Minnesota request that the Marines be deployed. Our state and local law enforcement, along with our National Guard, who have worked on crowd control, they were more than enough. They were more than capable of handling this situation.
It's funny how she has to read all of this stuff.
Yeah, nothing's genuine.
Yeah. Say this here. They give the, say this. Ask them this.
Yeah.
We're gonna get them.
Yeah, it's not genuine. It's just talking points.
Yeah.
History has proven that law enforcement and the National Guard are more than capable of handling situations more volatile
They were.
than what happened this weekend. We all see the
were.
continuous loops on TV,
They didn't
but
do
this looks
enough.
nothing.
They didn't protect the people from the illegals, from the criminals being picked up. They're not protecting the federal authorities, getting those people. You got a bunch of criminals. Like about 1 in 3 people in LA. No, it's less than that, but a lot of LA is populated, mostly populated by illegals and everything. So, I mean,
Like the George Floyd protests or the Rodney King riots in Los Angeles in 1992. Mr. Secretary, this is a deeply
you have criminals running the state, that's why. You have criminals running the state, they're not going to ask for National Guard. They're not going to ask for criminals to be removed in their, sanctuary state. They want to keep them there because they want those votes, those potential votes, and redrawing district lines and stuff like that, so they can get in people in power to take over, for their political cause, their political party.
unfair position to put our Marines in. Their service should be honored. It should not be exploited. The president has issued an executive order and talked about deploying troops across the country. Los Angeles County has 17,000 law enforcement personnel, and the state of California has 24,000 National Guard troops.
But none are willing, but they're not willing to protect the American people. They're there to protect illegals and criminals. They're fucking up the state and fucking up the country, you douchebag. So go fuck yourself. If you don't like it, I really don't care what you have to say.
Is the current cost for what is taking place in California, and how is it going to affect this budget?
You know, how much billions of
Boy,
dollars are
they a
being...
bunch of bullshitters.
15,000 LAPD, you believe
Asked about
ICE
the-
conduct operations in any like that improperly handled. The police precinct, ma'am, was abandoned and burned to the ground. And because of that, the National Guard was eventually far too late mobilized. And President Trump recognizes a situation like that, improperly handled by a governor, like it was by Governor Walz, if it gets out of control, is a bad situation for the citizens of any location. So in Los Angeles, we believe that ICE, which is a federal law enforcement agency, has the right to safely conduct operations in any state and any jurisdiction in the country, especially after 21 million illegals have crossed our border under the previous administration.
That's correct.
ICE ought to be able to do its job, whether it's Minneapolis or
Chairman,
Los
I have
Angeles.
limited time. I asked a budget
And they are
question.
being-
Could the
Shut
secretary
fuck-
please
Sarah's
address the budget?
question,
Thank
I
you.
don't want you to talk.
You
Shut
asked
up.
about the situation in Los Angeles, and we believe
Asked about
ICE
the budget.
agents should be allowed to
asked
be
about the
safe in
budget,
doing
sir.
their operations, and we have deployed National Guard and the Marines to protect them in the execution of their duties, because we ought to be able to enforce immigration law in this country, unlike what Governor Walz did in 2020. There are 17,000 LAPD, you mentioned that. There would be 18,000 if not for the defund movement that folks like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass have
Chairman.
implemented.
If
The police chief
if
said
Mr.
she was
Chairman, if
overwhelmed,
the secretary's not
so we
going to
helped.
ask the budgetary questions, I will yield back my time if the secretary refuses to answer
is
the budgetary
nuts.
questions I put
They
before
already
him.
did.
They're
They
important.
already did.
She asks this long-winded question. She adds a lot of left-wing politics in that, and a lot of mischaracterizations. And then he tries to answer your question by trying to
Yeah.
overcome those things you said that were wrong. Now he's getting to the question that you asked, and you keep interrupting him.
Yeah.
Getting
What?
piece of shit, cockroaches, criminals off the street is not supposed to have a price tag to keep America safe. You are criminals, thugs yourself, pieces of trash that have enabled this to happen. I think you guys should be put for treason. A lot of people should just be executed for treason, in my opinion, but from what's been happening. But that. Let's see.
Wait a minute. Jesus.
Get off, guys. You're obstructing a federal right. Obstructing a federal right. Get on the ground. We're within the right back. Get back. Get back. Stop fighting. Stop resisting. Stop fighting. Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Hey, arrest this. Hey,
Let's look at right now. Get the fuck back. Get back. Get the fuck back. Back up.
back up. Back up.
This is what should be happening here for.
Please, ma'am, back up.
What you been?
Back up. Look, señor, hermano ahora. Ya. Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
He's not fucking resisting.
Those gas reporters.
Get him up.
fuck is wrong?
You guys gotta get back.
Up. Just give us
Force
space.
it,
You
get
gotta
off.
get back.
You can get pinched. Just get back.
I'm trying. Yo, get FPS up here. Get FPS up here.
Watch out. Just watch out.
You gotta get back.
Just try to get something off the
You
ground.
gotta get back. You gotta get back.
Someone get his name.
Go fuck yourself.
What's his name and a contact with the left?
Guys, move.
Oh, shut the
Everybody get
fuck
out
up.
of the
What
way.
do you care
Move.
about criminals, bitch? What do you care about criminals? Like that. It's one thing to have criminals in this country, American criminals, but to have these pieces of shit come to our country, fuck it up, and you care about due process that they don't have constitutionally, which they don't have, that pisses me off.
I'm a citizen. Get the other person's name is more important.
Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Hey, hey, that's us. That's us. We're good.
No tiene que dar el nombre ni ningún tipo de información. Puede mantenerse en silencio.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Stefanik from New York.
Thank you. Governor Hochul, on your first day in office, you signed Executive Order 1. Is that correct?
I believe it is.
And you extended this executive order not once, not twice, but 3 times, most recently January 16th of this year. Is that correct?
If that's what your facts show, I signed countless executive orders.
I would
and
assume you'd
policies
know
and
it's
laws.
Executive Order 1. And this is a continuation of your predecessor's sanctuary state policies, correct? Is included in that.
I want to be sure we are defining sanctuary state
I'll
properly.
define it for you. It is
For
the policy of the state that state officers or employees shall not disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement. It goes on to say, law enforcement officers may not use resources, equipment, or personnel for the purpose of detecting and apprehending any individual suspected or wanted for violating a civil immigration office. Law enforcement officers have no authority in the state of New York to take any policy action solely because the person is an undocumented alien. That's a quote in your executive orders that you extended. Now, do you know who Sakir Akan is?
I want to get back to the first part
No,
of
I'm
your
asking a question. Do you know who
Well,
Sakir Akan is?
I want to make sure you understand that this simply says that we will cooperate with ICE.
No,
in
it does
all-
not say that. I read what it
We will
says, and let me talk to you about the results. Do you know who Sakir Akan is? You should, as the governor of New York State. Do you know?
Refresh my recollection.
He was an illegal migrant in New York. And do you know what crime he committed in addition to being here illegally?
No, I do not.
You do not. This was
Why?
widely reported. He found a 15-year-old girl, threatened her with a metal pole, told her to get into the back seat of his car. He took her clothes off, and he violently raped her in Albany, New York. Do you know who Sebastian Zapita Khalil is?
I'm sure you'll tell me there's many cases, whether they're
These are
here-
high-profile cases.
Yes.
New Yorkers know about them, and you don't. So let's talk about Sebastian Zapita Khalil. Do you know who that is?
I don't have the specific details at my disposal, no.
Well, this is an illegal migrant in New York because of your sanctuary state policies. Do you know what crime he committed?
I'm not familiar at this moment.
I bet you're going to be familiar when I remind you. He found a sleeping woman on the subway, lit her on fire, and burned her alive. This is in Kathy Hochul's New York. And as I'm sure you are aware, and I'll remind you, that ICE issued an order to detain this violent criminal, but that was rejected by New York officials due to sanctuary state laws. Now, do you know who Raymond Rojas Basilio is?
I just want to say this. These crimes are horrific.
Because of
condemn
your,
them.
because of
And I
your
would say
sanctuary state policies.
In all of these cases, we would work with ICE to remove
You
them.
did not in this case. They are
If they need
walking
our
on the
assistance.
streets
Yeah, they
because
were.
of your policies and your
They
executive
were.
order
Yeah,
that you
that's
signed 3 times. Now, Raymond Rojas Basilio, do you know who that is?
I'm telling you this. I will
You don't know
explain to you
who
the
it is.
policies of New York. We cooperate with, I know you're just
You do
trying
not.
to.
You do not. Specifically,
miss-
ICE was told not to detain this individual, and he burned a woman alive on the New York subways in Kathy Hochul's New York. So I will keep on going. What about Raymond Rojas Basilio? Do you know who that is?
I'm going to tell you our overall policy, which will address all this.
I'll tell
We
you
do
who
not-
that is. He is an illegal who molested an 11-year-old in our state because, again, of your sanctuary state policies. This illegal was shielded from federal immigration enforcement and able to commit this heinous crime. And what about Wilson Castillo Diaz? Do you know who that
I am
is?
telling you this. We do cooperate fully with ICE in criminal
yeah,
prosecution.
but-
Our sanctuary
You're not advocating for
regulations
these victims.
only deal
This is
with
a
civil
5-year-old who
enforcement.
was raped
Civil
on Long
enforcement.
Island in Nassau County. You are not advocating on behalf of these victims. You are shielding illegals. Even in your opening statement,
That is
you
not true.
prioritize putting illegals
is.
first.
That is not
Rapes
true.
of young girls, beatings of NYPD cops by illegals who are here under Kathy Hochul's failed policies, burning New Yorkers alive. This is Kathy Hochul's New York. It's one of the many reasons why you're hemorrhaging support from hardworking New York
These are
families.
horrific crimes, and they're
They're
heartbreaking.
horrific crimes that are committed on your watch. You signed this executive order on your first day in office. You signed it again and again this January. We deserve a governor who stands up for law-abiding New Yorkers, doesn't put illegals first, but actually puts New Yorkers first. I appreciate
Rather
the
than going
chairman's-
after the viral moment, I suggest you look at the facts.
I'm standing up for New Yorkers.
No.
Rather than addressing the illegals in New York, you are prioritizing your far-left sanctuary state policies, which you put in place with executive orders. Instead of advocating
We
for
cooperate
victims,
in all
a
those
5-year-old
cases.
who
We
was raped,
cooperate with ICE.
you did not. They were released
We
because
cooperate
of
with
sanctuary
ICE.
state
We
policies in New
cooperate
York
with
State.
law
No
enforcement.
amount of words is going to clean up your failed record and these horrific crimes committed in sanctuary state that you created. And with that, I
Your
yield back.
representation.
I lost.
So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Lawler from New York.
Governor Hochul, under your watch, New York has spent billions of dollars of taxpayer money providing free housing, clothing, food, education, and health care to illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, you're charging hardworking New Yorkers $2,500 annually just for the privilege of driving to work. Speaking of driving, when you ran for Congress, did you oppose giving driver's licenses to illegals, yes or no?
No, that was previous to that. It was in 2020.
You had a commercial running for Congress touting your position
No, but the position
about
goes back earlier than that.
driver's
That's my point.
license.
My point.
Did you oppose giving driver's licenses to illegals when you were running for Congress? Yes or no?
At the time I did,
Yes
and I'll
or
tell
no?
you
Governor,
why.
it's yes or no?
I had a
yes or
chance to go out and see a very rural district.
Reclaiming my
where
time.
mothers were being denied the chance.
Governor,
to
yes or
doctor's
no?
office,
Do you
the doctor's
support
office.
illegal immigrants getting
People were being denied the
taxpayer-funded
chance.
health?
This is the thing. I don't like it where either side just cuts the other person off. I mean, because it shows that they're just being bullies and stuff like that. If you're going to attack a person, and just go after them. Then go after what they're going to say. Use their words against them. If you're just going to cut them off, you just look like a piece of shit a lot of ways, you know, fully or whatever. I'd say let her talk, use their words against them. You need to be able to prove it.
To go to their jobs, and I understood the
Governor,
merits
please
of
answer
having
the
it.
question.
Governor.
I'm not sure there'll ever be a real question.
You were asked a question and you chose to
I
try
gave
to
an
deflect.
answer.
The fact is you did support giving illegals driver's
It was
licenses, oppose giving illegals driver's licenses. Now you support it.
Mm-hmm.
Governor, yes or no? Do you support illegal immigrants getting taxpayer-funded health care? Yes or no?
We provide health care to people in need, including moms with new babies.
Do you support giving illegal immigrants taxpayer-funded health care? Yes or no?
We support giving money, support
The
for
answer is
healthcare
yes. You expanded health care access in 2024
Yes, I did.
under Medicaid.
for senior citizens
Governor,
and
after the
moms with
election,
new
you
babies.
said,
I would do it all
reclaiming
over
my
again.
time. Governor, after the election, you said, someone breaks the law, I'll be the first one to call up ICE and say, get them out of here. Governor, yes or no, have you personally called up ICE and asked them to get anyone out of New York?
As the governor of New York, I have an entire state police force
Have you
that
personally
carries on
called
my
anybody up
directions.
and asked ICE to get anyone out of New York? Yes or no?
My state police acts as my agency and
You
my
have
surrogate.
not, correct?
When I say me, I'm referring to my entities such as the state
Oh,
police that
you're
handle
like
that.
Governor Cuomo. I am the government.
That's your
position?
characterization, not mine.
Yes or no? Should ICE have been called on Sebastian Zapata Cali?
Can you refresh me as to the circumstances of the case?
He's the individual who burned the woman.
She sure forgets these people very fast. This is the second guy second person, I'm sure there are others, that have asked her the same question about who these people are. And she just doesn't remember. If she doesn't remember, with all these people asking her the same questions who these people are, she's got some serious mental, deficiency issues, like Alzheimer's or dementia or something. You should know about these. Everybody's been talking about them all the time. Problem is, she just keeps on enabling the criminals to run around in the streets everywhere. They're just allowed it.
Alive on the train.
Of course.
Should
they
ICE
should.
have been called on him?
NYPD was handling that situation.
Should ICE have been called?
Did not
That's my
handle
question.
it.
Yes or no?
If there was an arrest made, he should have been deported after conviction, yes.
Okay.
I remember watching a video of those stupid cops just letting the woman burn alive. These are pussy cops. They did not do a thing to help her. They did not try to extinguish the fire on her. They let her, those pieces of shit, let her burn alive. They should not even be cops. They just let her burn alive. Those pieces of shit. I invite people to find on the internet if it's still there, because they allowed her to burn. I remember doing videos on this and stuff about, this illegal that let her just burned her. She was crying and screaming a bit. She wasn't asleep, so she didn't know what was going on. But she was standing up. She was being burned alive. These sons of bitches, piece of shit cops, allowed her to die. And I think they should just execute those cops for what they allowed, because they allowed that. They did not try to put the fire out or anything. They waited for a stupid fire department. I can tell you this. If I see a person burning alive, I'm going to try and put out the fire. That's my job as a person. Okay? I'm going to try and put out the fire. Those cops didn't do a damn fucking thing. Not one thing. They let her burn. And that's criminal.
So, Governor, when you were sworn in 2021, you signed an executive order keeping many of Governor Cuomo's executive orders in place, including EO 170. Interestingly enough, you did not include EO 170.1. Are you familiar with EO 170.1?
I don't have it in front of me. I have thousands of executive orders.
I have it right
wow,
here,
you
Governor.
shouldn't forget a
And
lot.
what you did, you waited several years until this year, January 16th of this year, in which you finally signed it and reinstated it into law. Why did you wait until just 4 days before Donald Trump was sworn in as president to sign EO 170.1 into law?
Which
And
is
to refresh your
executive
memory,
order.
it basically mandates that federal immigration authorities cannot enforce civil arrests in New York State buildings. Why did you wait several years to reinstate that?
Because we had a high level of confidence that under the previous administration that people going into the courthouses, whether they're victims of crimes, witnesses of crimes, would have their rights protected. I had no
In
assurance
other words,
that would
you
happen.
believe they would not enforce federal immigration law, and you were concerned that President Trump and his administration would enforce federal immigration law?
We thought it was important for victims of crimes and witnesses to murders, for example, that they have access to courts without being threatened or intimidated.
Yeah. Speaking of crime, more than 3,200...
That's the thing, by law, illegals do not have due process. They're given permission to be here and stuff. This is under constitutional law. They don't have, only citizens have due process of going before a court of law and being able to have, go to a jury trial. Illegals are given special access, special permission just to be here, which can be revoked at any time. They are not given, status as citizens because they're not citizens. They're not given due process or anything. They're given permission to be here, and that can be revoked at any time, and they have to be sent back. You have to earn your way to become a citizen of the United States. You're supposed to go through a legal process.
Illegal immigrants have been arrested in New York City for committing crimes while living in taxpayer-funded housing under your watch, Governor. Governor, are you aware of any law or executive order that would prevent a citizen of New York, a citizen of the United States, from facing criminal or civil enforcement in a state building?
I'm not aware.
So you think that citizens should be treated less than and have less protections than illegal immigrants?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
Our state laws say we cooperate in all criminal cases. I've made that very clear over the last.
Yeah, but you're not doing that.
7
That's the
hours.
reality. Governor, do you
Truth
support?
is, we
do you
don't
support
help
the New
them with
York
civil
for All
enforcement
Act?
because civil
Governor,
enforcement
reclaiming my
isn't-
time. Do you
Go for it.
support the New York for All Act?
I'm not speaking about hypothetical
No,
bills.
Governor, this isn't a hypothetical. There was a sit-in in the state legislature today by activists blocking state senators from coming into the chamber. Do you support the New York for All Act? It's yes or no.
I will tell you this: I get about 1,000 bills put on
Do
my
you
desk
support
probably by
the New York
midnight
for All
tonight,
Act?
which is this is keeping me from doing the work of the people back home. But I can
Governor,
sit here
you've
as
done
long
a
as
terrible job as governor. It's not keeping you from anything. Frankly, New York is better off with you down here and not in the state. The fact
don't
is,
think we're better off with you
the
here.
fact is, Governor, you will support the New York for All Act. You will sign it into law if it passes the
I have
state
no
legislature.
confidence it's going to pass.
You have no confidence it will pass.
I don't
If
know.
it does pass, will you sign it?
I'm not able to keep an eye on it. They're voting on
Will
it
you
with the
sign
issues
it
now.
into law if it passes?
I have about 1,000 bills that get
Will
passed
you
every
sign the
year.
New York for All Act into law if it
You'll
passes?
have to wait
yes
and
or no?
see, like every other bill.
We have to wait and see?
Yes,
Governor,
because
you
I've-
can't take a position on the New York for All Act. It would put into state statute that New York is a sanctuary state. That's why you're here. That is the exact reason why you're sitting in front of us testifying, because of your disastrous EOs, your disastrous pro-criminal policies that have resulted in the death
Chairman.
of New Yorkers.
Mr.
That is your failure. And the fact is that you can't even answer the question.
No, the
Will
reason
you
I'm
support
sitting here
the
is
New York
because
for All Act?
Republicans are
Gentlemen's
looking
Yes or no?
to
time's
deflect from the
expired.
big, bad, ugly bill that's going to hurt people.
Governor-
in your
Governor, you,
district.
gentlemen's
will
time's
you
expired. Governor, are you going to
support
answer
New
his
York
question
for
when you
All
sign the
I don't know
bill?
what he's asking me.
He asked if you were going
I
to sign
don't,
the
I
bill.
don't ask anybody in the state of New York. I never say how I'm going to vote on decide on a bill until it lands on my desk.
You are the
Thousands-
governor of the state. You are supposed
I'm
to
well
lead.
aware.
You
well
want
aware
New
I'm
York
the
to
governor.
be a
Gentlemen's time's
sanctuary state.
expired.
It's shameful.
Well, at least you know she's governor of the state. At least she remembers that. As for her not remembering who these victims are or what bills she signed or hasn't signed, that there's some real bad mental issues. I mean, if you sign a bill, you better know damn well what you're signing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I understand sometimes you forget certain things about a bill. That's understandable. But, you know, as a governor, you're supposed to have the mentality to know the overall summary of each executive order that you signed or a bill or whatever that's been, you know, voted on by Democrats and Republicans, stuff like that, the legislature. You're supposed to know at least most of it, you know, a good summary. Anyways, let me see here.
I just got offered $200 a day to go protest ICE in New York. The organization was called No Kings. They said June 14th we're going to be protesting and these are the streets that you need to be on and this is what you need to do. You need to cause chaotic disruptions, and they said that there's going to be pallets of like bricks and different things everywhere that protesters could use. They really want to wreak havoc. It's kind of ridiculous. Me as an American, you know, although I need the money, I'm like, this is very, very unpatriotic. If I was to go take this money and go protest, it's not very American. It's not what I stand for. It's obviously not even, you know, worth the time. But, you know, $200 a day is what they're paying people to go protest. The corruption is up here because it goes way beyond these organizations. They want to destroy America, and you know, people like me that need money are gonna go do it. I'm not gonna go do it, but people are gonna go do it. They're gonna go.
I've seen $1,200 from one Mexican gang, Mexican mafia or something like that. I forgot what they're called. It's been on Twitter, but it's like Mexican military group, and they said they're looking for hardened soldiers, hard soldiers, and stuff like that, and they'd be willing to even train them. They're there to yell at the federal authorities and also be able to throw things at them and just make things impossible for them to do their work. They need to be able to stand there and take these rubber pellets, these smoke grenades, and they're offering up to $1,200 a day, or even or $500 a day, $1,200, depending how good you are, how good of a soldier you could be. Is whether it's $1,200 a day, $200 or $500 a day, but they're willing to pay them all that, and this isn't being reported by mainstream news. They're not reporting this stuff, which is why we have to do this. We have to get the truth out about what's going on. And you can find some of this stuff on Twitter and stuff and other channels, but you're not going to get it from mainstream news because they don't want that out there. They just want to say it's all peaceful protests. Nobody's doing anything bad, but they are.
Destroy, the city and cause chaos. It's just crazy that, they're even paying people to go do this. It just goes to show that everything we deal with is corruption, and these people at the top level, like, who's paying for this? There's got to be some billionaires paying for this so that, they could try to get Trump out or something, but,
This is the thing. There are cartels, there are gangs, there are people supplying stuff across the border. Illegal immigration is a multi-billion-dollar industry. From people from Guatemala, Honduras, these other countries, Mexico, the cartels, they're making billions of dollars funneling in illegal immigrants. That's all just about gone. But they got that money, and you got gangs here that want to be able to have this human and sex trafficking rings as well, so they can make money off of illegals. They're making money. They're having a high time. It's like bootlegging. It's like alcohol when it was illegal. You had the mobsters, you had the mafia, and the bootleggers making tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. When it went legal, they lost all that money. They had to go elsewhere. This is the same thing, except for it's with human trafficking and stuff like that. Multi-billion-dollar industry. And the people, the good people that are trying to get away are suffering from this. And criminals, so they got criminals also that they're putting through to help funnel this human trafficking and stuff.
$200 a day to go cause chaos is like crazy. Not worth it, but also like really fucked up.
These are the real sellouts in society. And see, while you and I debate policy and we speak about the different things that's happening in different cities and politically and stuff like that, there's this undercurrent, and this has been happening for a long time. There's this undercurrent of people that are basically being paid and finessed into going against their own best interests in the United States of America. Often at times we wonder, right? Because if you look at Trump's press conference from yesterday, and I reviewed it on the Millionaire Morning Show, and I'm going to have a deeper conversation about paid protesters, both on After Hours and the Millionaire Morning Show tomorrow. If you look at the comments and you start to pay attention to what's happening, there's this undercurrent of people that are basically being paid and finessed into ruining the United States of America against their own best interests, and it's sickening. It's disgusting, it's sickening, and it needs to stop. And when Trump mentioned it, I think it was one of the first times that I personally had observed, a president or somebody of significance, congressperson, somebody. The first time that I had heard somebody actually admit or, really speak openly about the fact that there are people that are being paid to destroy the United States of America. And so this should make you question everything. When y'all running out here and y'all, for whatever it is, whether it's the LA riots and what's happening with the George Floyd protest back with Black Lives Matters or whatever, right? And we see the marches and the LGBTQ. Recently, we seen the whole thing that was happening with Tesla. When you see this and you rethink about the fact that your dumbass was out there running around with people that was making money that is basically being paid to influence, destroy, and create a narrative so that MSNBC, CNN, and all of these news organizations, which I wouldn't put it past them to be being paid also. I don't know that for sure, but I wouldn't put it past them. When you think about the fact that your dumbass is out there advocating for it on both social media and in person, and you getting arrested and you creating a bad narrative for yourself and you running around embarrassing yourself because there's basically an agenda at the top that is paying you to do something or paying people around you to influence you to do stuff. And then when we start to call it out or when we start to have a conversation, and any person that is logical in their thinking, that understand the political process, even a little bit, could tell you, like, wait a minute. When I seen a Simone Biles tweet or whatever, and she was talking about men and women's sports, and you would just think to yourself, like, hold on, wait. Who's paying this person? Who's paying these people? Who's controlling the purse strings of these people? And that's why even me, right? I am very adamant about being independent and maintaining my integrity with whatever it is that we talking about, because
I'm very independent. I don't like politics. I hate both sides because they're dividing the people. It's just division. And I'm an independent person. I hate politics. And even with a lot of the celebrity women that I know of, I doubt they'll ever do any chats with me because of me talking about stuff like this. That's unfortunately the way it is. It's fucked up because I would do so much for them. I'd always defend them. Always. But that's them. But anyways, it's like another thing about mainstream news, how they're trying to make this about race, when it's all different colors and races and nationalities that they're putting away. You have Koreans, you have Vietnamese, you have Filipinos, you have blacks, you have whites, Ukrainians, Russians, North Koreans, and the news wants to put it out there that they're going after targeted Latinos. That's complete bullshit. It's not right. They're trying to make this into a race war. And that's why you see Latinos out there. That's why you see, they think that they believe everything that these stupid ass mainstream news is putting out there. They believe all that bullshit. And it's all lies and everything. They're all lying to people out there. And there's different organizations out there that's paying for this, paying people to do this as well.
You can't do it for the money. The money and you making money as a result of it should be dope, right? You should be paid for how great you are or whatever it is that you contribute into society. Right. And if you're great at it, then you're gonna learn how to monetize it. However, you can't do it for the money, because then you start to question whether or not your integrity is at hand, because it won't make sense. It never makes sense when you start to do things politically or you sell out the thing that you really believe for money, because it's so obvious. Like, nobody should be for a trans athlete, a biologically born male, to be inside of a woman's sport. Nobody. And I mean nobody. Even the Democrats, you can look at all of the old footage of Nancy Pelosi and Biden. I talked about this on Jason Whitlock's platform. The Democrats or Republicans, we should never be for open borders. No country is for open borders. No country.
Unless they want
none. Zero. Canada, Mexico, you can go all across the world. None of them you could just go across open borders. Zero. None of them is for it. So when we think about that for a second, right, and you say, wait a minute, how are people so easily divided and then they leverage how it is that you feel about one person and then say this is justifiable. And then they get these people that are crying on the internet, and you don't think that a lot of these people are being paid? You don't think that this is dumb? You're not thinking to yourself, wait a minute, what am I doing? Why would I be advocating for people to delete their babies? Why would I be in favor of abortion? Right?
Well, if that's a different issue. I'm for women's rights, sexual rights. I don't want to go there. I'm not going to go off on that and stuff like that because I believe in women's right to choose, but I believe in them respecting their bodies as well, not just always doing it 24/7. Anyways, I do not want to go there. Jesus Christ. Again, this is Tom Daniels. Let me see what this.
You're telling me in 25 years of being an illegal immigrant in the United States, having 4 kids, being in the hospital and giving birth to 4 children 4 separate times in the United fucking States, you couldn't have filed a single stitch of fucking goddamn paperwork to be legal or to start the asylee process? Not a single one? 25 years? And you want us to feel bad for you when ICE comes and knocking? You've had 25 years, babe. 25 goddamn years. A quarter of a fucking century to file a single piece of paperwork. 25 goddamn years. You've literally given birth to 4 separate American citizens. And you want us to feel fucking bad because now your ass is fucking yeetus over the border back to whence you fucking came from? And you want us to feel bad? Make that make sense. 25 years and you couldn't have filed a single piece of paperwork to start the goddamn fucking process? Like, fuck you. Get the fuck out, you fat.
A lot of, she was really about to go in. A lot of F-bombs there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and make sure that we acknowledge that. But more importantly, I think it's the point that she's trying to make. And the point that she's trying to make is, what is slowing you down from actually doing the thing that you're supposed to do to make sure that you're here illegally? Not illegally, legally, because you're here illegally, and so we want to get you here legally. You know why you haven't done that? Is because you thought that you were going to be able to skate by for a long time and you'll be able to get away with it. And you didn't think that any politician like Trump would actually execute on the things that they promised.
Right.
And even though Obama deported a ton of people, they called him the deporter in chief. And even though he was the first person that they started to have a conversation with as far as kids in cages and all of that things, you thought that you were going to continue to stay here. And during the Biden administration, when they were letting millions and tens of millions of people across the border, and they said that it was going to be too expensive to deport them, and they kept flying them over here with planes and stuff like that, you was like, you know what? I've been over here for a long time, so they're going to have to get them before they get me. But you didn't know that we was going to have a president that was going to actually meet the expectations of what the voters said. And so now that we're addressing this, because let's be clear, just because you've been somewhere for a long time does not mean that you're deserving to be in there. Just because if somebody escaped prison, but then they go out and they live this phenomenal life and they change their life around and all of this stuff, will they be arrested and sent back to prison and serve the rest of their term? Absolutely they will. It doesn't matter how long you've been out. Don't matter if it was 5 years, 10 years, 25 years. You're going back to jail and you have to meet the expectations of what you were sentenced to. And so what you see now happening is people have developed a sense of entitlement and they're going every which way except for right, except for straight, except for narrow. And we've been advocating for closing off our borders for quite some time now. And now that we have decided to do so, and the Trump administration and during the campaign season, there's a ton of people over in this country that feel entitled. They've had the opportunity to get themselves together and they chose not to. And so now they got to pay the consequences as a result of that.
So many foreigners will come to this country and look down on Black Americans like we're like the scumbags of the earth and like turn their noses up at us and be racist towards us. And then all of a sudden, when they feel like they're in some type of debacle or they need some type of help, now they're looking at us like, oh, we're supposed to be standing in solidarity. We're all POCs. It's like, well, first of all, more importantly, there is no country that you can go to on this earth where you don't have to have some type of visa or there's not some type of immigration law. So if you're in a country, any country, illegally, then at some point you're probably going to get caught and you're probably going to be deported. So why wouldn't America be any different? And my thing is this, like, if you're burning American flags, but you're fighting to live on American soil, like you're burning the flag like as if you hate America, but you want to live in America. You're fighting and you're upset because you want to live here. Now I could see, like, if we're at war and you burn the American flag, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And you're on your own soil and you're burning American flags. I get it. But you're fighting to stay here illegally and burning the American flag because you want to live in a country that has freedoms and opportunities that your country is not able to provide you.
Yeah.
They're separating families. Families are getting torn apart. It's like, that's what happened.
Well, you commit a crime. You commit a crime. American commits a crime. You do drunk driving. You commit a crime. It doesn't matter if you're American or not. You're separated from your family because you have to go to jail. You committed a crime. So I mean, that's the thing. It has nothing to do about being illegal. It's about having to doing something illegal, committing an illegal crime. It doesn't matter who you are, if you're a citizen or not. You're going to be taken away from your kids, or them taken away from you. You know, so I mean, you can't take your kids with you to jail or prison. You can't. Obvious reasons. You know, there are other violent offenders in there and stuff like that, criminals in there, so they have to separate you. But anyways, let me see. What I wanted to see is I don't like how YouTube just.
Joe Biden's running mate in 2020, the vacancy that was left open was filled.
I want to see this. I want to see
by
this.
Senator Alex Padilla. Padilla, the success.
I want to see this here. I don't believe all his political views, but
Joe, it's good to be back. I wasn't feeling well yesterday. I don't know. I had a stomach flu or something. I still feel a little weird. Haven't eaten in 2 days, which is good. I kind of want to fast and get myself, you lose some of this weight easier. But anyway, I just, this immigration stuff that's going on in California is just, it's mind-boggling to me to a certain degree. One reason is that, do we all understand the platform in which we're operating on? Which means that, do we understand that we are talking about people who are illegally in this country? We're not talking about Mexicans. We're talking about people who are illegally in the country.
Doesn't matter
What
what
is the
color
penalty
or
for being
ethnicity.
illegally in the country? Undocumented, overstaying visas. What is the penalty? It's deportation. That's the penalty that's on the books. I don't know. I don't care if you think it's a criminal offense. You don't think it's a criminal offense. You want to have compassion. That's fine. But the penalty for being an illegal alien or an undocumented person in this country is deportation. And also, they continue to lie. I mentioned the U.S. code the other day. If you cross into this country without coming through the port of entry, it is a misdemeanor crime. What if you harbor illegal aliens in this country? That is a crime. What are we talking about? You guys have to understand there's a direct contrast between those who believe in the law and those who do not believe in the law. Now, I will tell you this. The Democrats are the fakest, most disingenuous people when it comes to this, because they were not saying this years ago. Gavin Newsom, none of these people. Barack Obama deported more people than any president in history. So don't get it twisted and act as if the Republicans are only people that's trying to force the illegals out and come and getting grandma.
Yeah, this is the thing, before Democrats were talking about doing this, and then they said, hey, we can make bank off illegals if we get them all in here. We can take over the country with our own agendas, stuff like that. And they said, And then Obama, said, okay, let's rethink this and make a DACA thing, DACA bill thing and stuff like that. So he stopped doing that because Democrats still say, hey, we can use illegals for this, for the votes, and redraw district lines and give ourselves full power over dominion over these places and everything. And then Republicans, said, okay, you guys are doing that, fine, we believe that a lot of that too, but since you guys are going off it, we're not going to talk about it because we're not supposed to get along on stuff. That's the way politicians usually are, unfortunately. But this is the problems that we have today. So let's see.
At the House and doing all this other stuff. That's not what Republicans have historically done. The Democrats have done this.
Let's see.
They're going after hardened criminals who are committing crimes in our country. But if they run into other people while they're in the commission of deporting hardened criminals, they can't just let them go. They're going to get them too because they're all violating our laws. It is a misdemeanor to come into this country undocumented. And the Democrats like to conflate a lot of things. If you come through a port of entry for an asylum claim, they give you a court date, you don't show up to court, that's not a crime.
That's deportable. No.
But if you knowingly and intentionally are not going to court to stay and remain in our country illegally, and people are hiring you, people are harboring you, these are all crimes being committed. And although you not showing up to your immigration meeting may not be a crime in and of itself, but the penalty for you not showing up to your immigration meeting or your immigration hearing is deportation. Yeah. So what are we saying here? Okay, let's go to the dummy.
And again, I gotta put this out. Anybody that commits a crime, like driving while intoxicated under the influence or some other type of crime, doesn't matter if you're an American citizen or an illegal. You do something that's illegal, you have kids, they're going to take you away from your kids because you did something illegal. They're not going to allow you to stay with your kids if you're like under the influence of alcohol or drugs. You're a danger to whomever you're driving around. They're not going to allow you to go back with your kids. That's why you got family to take care of that part for you, or Department of Children's Services, unfortunately. That's a nightmare situation. But it has nothing to do, so I mean, it happens with Americans. They're taken away from their kids. You don't see that, being bitched about. That's called due process of law. That's the way laws work.
Alex Padilla, who ended up getting himself kicked out of a meeting trying to grandstand, when these people know they don't really believe this stuff. These people that we're deporting are hardened criminals.
Yeah.
Some of these people have been here 30 years. You didn't get your stuff together in 30 years? You're taking advantage of the system. Now look, if every single immigrant was illegal, then I wouldn't say nothing. But there are millions of immigrants who come here the right way. There's millions of immigrants who go through the process, who pay the fees, who get attorneys, who have asylum claims, who show up to their appointments, who get granted access into America, that swear in, that take the test, that they have to take a test to acknowledge, and they have an oath that they give to the United States of America.
Right.
Roll this clip.
Exaggerate and embellishing. Sir, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your.
Get that bitch out. Get that bitch out. He knew he had no business being there. He came over there to interrupt her news conference. Total piece of shit. He did that. He did that to totally destroy the news conference. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He ain't supposed to do that. I mean, you don't see that happening with the Democrat ones, Republican ones, no other ones. I mean, they have their own time and place or whatever. I'm sure a lot of people would love to do that too. It doesn't matter what political side. I'm sure that a lot of people would love to be able to do that at these different news conferences, but they can't. He knew what he's doing is wrong. That's what happens. Looks like it's totally on drugs or something.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hand, put my behind my back.
Cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
They should all be arrested
Other
in
hand.
prison or worse.
There's no recording allowed out here. I did not know. There's no recording allowed out
It's
here.
unfortunate you got out.
But what, I'm sorry? There's no recording allowed out here.
All right, so let's talk about this real quick. This guy blatantly did exactly what he did to make a scene so you could have a scene of him getting pushed out of the meetings.
Yep.
What should he have done? Filed a form of inquiry if he disagreed. Waited for his time to speak.
Yep.
The hearing has structure. He could have waited and he could have said everything that he wanted to say instead of running to the front of the room being stupid. Use evidence, not emotions, to challenge the policy.
Right.
Also, be a professional. These people know that they're doing the wrong thing, but they want to get the scene where they're getting pushed out of somewhere, where they're getting arrested, where somebody has to use force against them. And if you, in honesty,
martyrdom.
In all honesty, they're doing it for nefarious reasons.
Yeah.
They're really not trying to get anything done. If they were, they would be going down the proper channels to do it. It's the same thing that happened in the civil rights movement. Rosa Parks had a car. There was no need for Rosa Parks to be sitting in the back of the bus. Black people had their own bus line. It was a staged event to create controversy so they can push a federal agenda. That's what they did. The more I learn about the civil rights movement and some of the things that they did, the more I do not respect how they went about doing it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
They want to use federal enforcement to accomplish the things that they want to accomplish. And they will stage conflicts in order to get you emotionally invested so then you support their agenda.
That's right.
When their agenda has nothing to do with the way in which the country was founded, and that's states' rights, and also with federal government have limited access and limited oversight over what the states are doing. They only supposed to be here to make sure that your constitutional rights are protected, not to be lord over every state. States have their own constitutions. States have their own states' rights. States have their own laws that are separate from federal law. Federal agents can't come and enforce state law. States can't enforce federal law. There's a separation between federal and state. And we should keep it that way by and large. Let's go to CNN because they actually came out against Padilla. Roll the clip.
Oh my God.
Received a statement from the office of Senator Padilla, and they say that he's currently in Los Angeles exercising his duty to perform congressional oversight of the federal government's operations in Los Angeles across California. It goes on to say that he tried to ask the secretary a question and was forcibly removed by federal agents, forced to the ground and handcuffed. He is not currently detained, and we are working to get additional information. David, over and over, we've heard from voters in different parts of the country talking about how they want to see Democrats confront the administration on some of these issues like immigration. I mean, it gets handsy, but Padilla was trying to make a statement there.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, she was holding a press conference and doing a press statement. He's not a member of the press. It wasn't like a hearing where it was an open forum for senators to ask questions. He clearly showed up to a public event to create a moment and do what you're saying, sort of show his constituents, not just Democrats, but that he's fighting from his perspective. Again, I think the question is, was this the appropriate response of how it got dealt with in that moment and how that plays? To your point, though, I mean, what we're seeing politically is a very divided country over the support and opposition. It's almost evenly divided in the Washington Post poll today over the president's actions and policies here. Both over the president putting in the Guard and the Marines there, right? But also, we see an evenly divided country over support and opposition to the protests to ICE's action.
You might also, in a situation like this, say,
the only reason that there's any...
Yeah, it's the news that's doing that. It's media. This is not. I don't believe that. I believe most people are in the 80%. I believe this is a lot higher. I'd say 5 times higher than this. Is it 33%? I'd say that's mostly media. They're skewing that.
Closeness and people believing one way or the other is because the lies that the media is perpetuating.
Yeah, it is.
This is a very simple thing. If they told the truth,
Propaganda.
people would be on the Republican side far more than on the Democrat side.
Yep.
Donald Trump is not going out getting grandma now.
Propagandist.
These people are committing crimes. These people are under investigation.
Yep.
These people have warrants for their arrests to be brought to immigration court. And just because you at Home Depot don't mean you didn't commit a crime.
That's right.
There's people that are associated with
Not only
violence.
that, but they took our jobs, American jobs. Americans need those fucking jobs. It's fucked up that they gave it to illegals when Americans need jobs. It pisses me off. That's wrong. But let's, I want to get to... It's right there, but I want to get to this other stuff. I really want to get...
Military parade taking place on Saturday for the occasion of the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army. And we are going to be in live coverage here on Live Now from Fox, and you can join us. Starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, my colleagues,
I don't agree with them doing that.
Austin Westfall and Mike Page will be guiding you through the sights and the sounds for this military parade. The same day, it just coincides with President Trump's birthday. He'll be 79 years old on Saturday. So June 14th, Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern, our coverage begins of the military parade. There, we hope you join us. It's going to be great. All right, in the meantime here, we're nearing the bottom of the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have a few international headlines to get to. Tensions really ramping up between Israel and Iran. This, as the U.S.
I get this spruced up. I got it. I kind of... Hook and Cobble. Let's see, Hook and Cobble shout out. This is from Only 11 watching. I don't feel comfortable. He deserves. This from Texas. Got these cockroaches here. Fucking things up. I don't want to use this. He deserves. He deserves. I'm not going to take his press like that. I don't like that. He used that. Let me see. It's a 7. I don't want to see her ugly face either. Pasadena? Where's it? I'm not putting on. This is same old crap they've been having on. I'm getting CNBC the fuck out there. Crooks. I get CNBC the hell out there. All they're doing is the same shit. CNBC. I need to take a leak. Get out of here.
Shame!
Stop the deportation! 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 El pueblo unido jamás será vencido! El pueblo unido jamás será vencido! El pueblo unido jamás será vencido! El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. 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 No peace! No justice! 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 No peace!
Shut the fuck up. The what idiot you are. No, not. disabled one.
Air disaster we have to cover here on Live Now. This time, this morning in India, an Air India flight on its way to London crashed mere seconds after takeoff there in northwest India. Take a look at some of the footage from the scene. This is extremely upsetting. Okay, so this is what we know. This plane bound for London with 242 people on board crashed into a medical college campus on the ground after takeoff today in the northwestern city of Ahmedabad. That's according to officials, in one of India's worst airline disasters in decades. Now, what is so unusual and just stops you in your tracks about this very story, and you could say miraculous, is a single passenger survived the crash. That's according to a senior Indian official. The airline, though, said there were no other survivors. So there were 169 Indians on board, 53 Britons, 7 Portuguese, and 1 Canadian on the flight. Part of the plane fell on top of a dining facility at a medical college, killing at least 5 medical students and injuring nearly 50 on the ground. Now, the lone surviving passenger, his name is Vishwash Kumar Ramesh. He reportedly walked away after the accident and appeared to escape without life-threatening injuries. The doctor treating him told the Associated Press this, quote, "He was disoriented with multiple injuries all over his body, but he seems to be out of danger." I want to show you even more video. Take a look at this from the scene. So what caused the crash? That's the question on everyone's mind. It's unclear. It's too early. A video of the crash, though, shows the plane with its nose pointed upward.
I don't know why you don't.
Well, look at what we got. We got fascist Ford Fisher.
I have to say, literally, I like you for everything except for the fact that I think you don't like me, and I don't understand why.
Because you're always by all the Nazis, Ford.
You're calling me a Nazi.
I'm calling you a Nazi.
But
well, you just happen to be here.
No, I feel, honestly, I feel progressives, leftists, whatever you want to say, people on the left, do way more activism, and that's why I'm calling you up. I think the only thing I've heard you say that explains why you don't like me is that I also film the right, which first of all I do less often, but second of all I don't do out of liking any side or another. I think that these movements are important. I think it's important to get objective raw footage of them. Again, to be honest, like Kristanti Harris is a close friend of mine. He's told me about you, and to the extent that I know about you, there's literally nothing I don't like about you other than that you don't like me. So like, I really have no desire to pick fights with you. You can have whatever opinion you want.
It's all right. You can have your opinion. I appreciate it. And I like Chris. I like Harris.
Yeah. That's why I'm not coming up to you like, oh, how dare you, like whatever.
I like to talk shit.
I know you do. And honestly, in the past, when you've kind of trolled me, like I think I didn't understand that as well. I don't know if you would use this word, but like kind of the performance art element of your. I don't know. It's like a little performative the way that you like get mad at people or like whatever. Yeah. And so I may have taken that more personally in the past. Maybe that like an interaction like this may have hurt. But just for what it's worth, I have nothing against you.
So you're a big boy and you can handle a little shit talking.
Well, of course I can. But I don't know if I've ever gotten to say that to you. That I don't actually resent you feeling that way. I wish you didn't feel that way about me. I think you're wrong.
I think your chat could be a little nicer.
I don't look at. You can look at my screen.
No, I think
I don't look at my comments.
I think you need to work on that.
And yeah, I mean, just to be honest, like, so if people are watching my chat and they see vile shit, I literally just don't look at the comments section at all. And I think that's a fair thing to criticize me for, right? Like, I could go back and like read all the vile shit and delete like 5,000 comments at the end of the day. I accept that criticism. It's not something.
I think you would cultivate a lot better audience if you do that. My suggestion.
Yeah. Honestly, it's more out of laziness than principle. On that particular point, like I just
do better. I think you could do better.
Your opinion is duly noted, but
be safe.
Seriously, peace to you.
I haven't released my video from the women's march in DC about it yet.
I haven't seen it, but I'll look for that if you. Yeah, no, I remember that. I haven't seen your video of it. All right, to anyone who just like kind of heard that interaction, I didn't want to like self-film. It's not really about me, so I had the camera pointed away as this happened. But what I passed by was a streamer named, actually I don't even know his real name, but he goes by Defender of Ants. He's a couple of times like kind of like when we're at the same events, he sort of like yelled at me and accused me of being on some political side or another. His work is largely like performance, and so sometimes it like. He's come up on my stream and acted like excessively angry at me or something. So the interaction, if you may have just heard it in the background, was more or less me trying to just make peace and shake his hand because I don't really know the guy very well, but like to the extent that I've seen his content, I think it's largely performance art, and I have no reason to be an enemy of him other than him apparently not liking me. But we ended that conversation with shook hands. So again, I don't even know if that was really audible on the stream here, but I just wanted to make it clear why that happened. It's it's live coverage, so sometimes you'll hear something semi-personal, and it's not the point, right? But anyway, just clarifying that. Anyhow, the protesters went past City Hall as they're kind of starting off here, and now continue to march kind of away from the direction of where other stuff has been happening for the most part. So I have no idea where this is all headed, but we'll see.
Hey, listen to Governor Newsom. He said y'all stand down. Y'all can stand up.
¡Las calles son del pueblo!
it to be released and then make safety changes. If there's a need for a change due to something that we learn out of this crash, new information, we make those changes immediately because, again, safety is the top priority. Yes.
Just to put a finer point on that, there's nothing now that there's lots of people flying on 787s around the world right now.
Absolutely.
There's no indication.
No indication. Yeah, but we have no preliminary information. I just talked to Chair Hamidi
He has
of the
no
NTSB
preliminary
today.
information.
We don't have that information yet. It's very new. Our teams are just going to deploy right now. As the acting administrator mentioned, we were
So
invited to
being
come over by
deployed
India. They're good partners of ours. We
to
work
this
together
crash
really well.
site. Wow.
So they have to get on the ground and take a look. But again, right now it'd be way too premature. Again, people are looking at videos and trying to assess what happened, which is never a strong, smart way to make decisions on what took place. One more.
Yeah, just back to the budget discussion. So, obviously with the bill now in the Senate being quite different than it was when the House skipped and then we'll go back to the House for additional reconciliation.
Those news crews, they need to move around more. They need to get our shot.
In a few months from now, you could get a knock at your door.
The men and women of ICE won't be deterred by this. We're going to be out there every day conducting our law enforcement mission. No protesters are going to block our way.
And we are expecting a ruling any time now from a federal judge on Governor Newsom's lawsuit challenging Trump's use of the National Guard and U.S. Marines.
The judge heard arguments today.
the author of the book Terrorists on Our Border and in Our Country. Charles, great to have you here. So you're a former Secret Service officer. What did you think about how the Secret Service and FBI agents handled Senator Padilla in that incident this afternoon?
I think they handled it exactly right. Look, the senator was the one who escalated this situation by coming through the doors, yelling out questions.
He wanted to go hear what
That's not what
Secretary
I
Noem
want.
was saying and said he would.
Can I join that media crew?
I thought it'd be about the court ruling. I don't know why those idiots put it as court. One court battle. It has nothing to do with court. Let me see. So, apologies. What do we got here? It's like they're about to close things down. They've had enough fun. Yes. With all that gear. Looking at some other stuff too. Let's see. I guess I'll put. I'll watch that and see what happens right there too. I gotta put that dumbass on. I think I should get rid of this real quick. Where is it? Look at that. They're trash. That piece of shit. Just do that. Shout out, news to share, leave a like over there, give a like and everything.
That do that, and they shoot you, dog. Back up. Yeah, they're looking for every reason to become violent against us.
They're looking for every reason to be violent against us. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? If they wanted to shoot your ass, they would. They wanted to shoot you, dumbass. They could do that. What the fuck?
They don't fucking do shit. Say it, stop. Because every time some shit happens, the police never do fucking shit except for be violent against the fucking people. This is fascism at its finest. This is a fucking dictatorship.
My God, that's abuse. That is abuse they're going through, man. Holy shit. That person's just going like, I'm not scared. That person's yawning. That person's falling asleep.
They're looking for every single reason to become violent towards us.
No, they're not.
It's not like people. It's all peaceful protests until they pull up. It's all peaceful until they pull up.
They're saying they're looking for every reason to become violent against the protesters. They are not. If they wanted to, they could shoot them dead. I mean, if they're trying to be violent, they'd beat the hell out of them. In the old days, they would have allowed this to happen. These roaches to be on here. They would have allowed this. Which they should. Because it's not peaceful. These are not peaceful protests.
Oh yeah, we can't forget about the natives. We can't forget about the natives. How the fuck y'all gonna deport them? Where the fuck they gonna go?
They're not deporting the tribal peoples, you dumbass. They're not doing that to tribal people. They were here first. They're just doing it to illegals. Tribal people have been here forever, dude. Tribal people have been here forever. I know, they're just trying this BS. Let's see here. What the fuck? I just got yours here. That's a different feed than what I'm getting. What the fuck is up with this? I need a different ABC. Here. Yeah. Get the other ABC7 out. I want this one out. Get this shit out. There. I see one feed. There's nobody there where they're at. So obviously it's not a live feed whatsoever, that one. Exact same place the news is putting out fake cameras. I have the audio on. So I want to see, shout out again to News to Share. The stupid girl doing that or what? These are the same mental patients that have just escaped outside of the hospital. This is where they are now. If anybody's wondering where these mentals, are that have escaped from the asylum, here's the answer. Looks like something's about to happen. These rats. Hopefully they'll get some poison or something, who knows. They're fearing something.
National Guard side, they're all putting masks on.
Lay down these. Get rid of these rats. Be careful, you sexy beast of a man. We need you alive. I actually respect you. I actually respect that sexy beast of a man. This is all the others to shame out there, just about. Most of them. At least. shout out again to let me see, was it News to Share? This is where I get it from. Hopefully staying safe. The sexy beast must be able to stand through this. Oh, they're moving. Look at those rats move over there. What the hell's he thinking? I think they need to lop that stuff over there. Getting stuff for gas and stuff like that. It's like tear gas or whatever. There goes one of the mental patients.
The unlawful assembly declaration and the fact that the National Guardsmen all just put on gas masks would kind of indicate that action is potentially imminent.
No way. You think, brother? You probably better move. You probably better move, brother. If I was you, I would really move. You don't have a gas mask. The only legit people to actually care about, one of the few, does not have a gas mask. There he is, at it again. How much do they pay that guy? I wonder. There he has one. He's a prime target. Yes. It's actually not your streets, it's the taxpayers, but anyway. You think it's yours. It's not. Don't pay taxes.
It appears the crowd mostly just decided to pretty much move on, so we'll see. But at least right here, it doesn't seem to be like it's going to go down right now.
Roaches knew the raid was coming.
También tiene las manos levantadas en alto, sosteniendo una bandera que
They don't want to get
la
raided
bandera de México.
by raid. Whatever. Dead cops. That's peaceful protest right there. Dead cops. Yes. There they go. I want to see where these. Let me see. They're crossing the bridge. Walk of shame. Yes, they are. They are a walk of shame. Trash people. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. Nobody watches. How the fuck are they making all this shit, all this money, and Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. I got it also. I got to see this. What is JLR?
No, thank you. I just want to now turn to Alan Fisher, who joins us
Shout
live
out
from
JLR.
Washington, D.C. Alan, we did hear from US President Donald Trump earlier saying that military confrontation is coming and a strike could very well happen. Do you think this is that strike? Do we have any more information to believe that it is that strike that the US President was preempting?
Certainly all the arrows point in that direction, that Donald Trump was told that there was going to be some sort of strike. You'll remember that just 48 hours ago, the United States, in fact, 24 hours ago, the United States announced that it was going to start moving non-essential personnel out of the embassy in Baghdad, and also recommending that others in embassies around
Hopefully they'll get that. He was. Where is this? Where is this? It just fucking happened. Where is it? Where is it? Is it? I didn't go fucking Where is it? Where is it? Damn, some bees. A lot of taps. There's a little taxi about it. Yeah. Where the fuck is my feeds?
Any involvement, saying we're not involved in the attacks, but not saying we didn't know about it, or that we're not providing support or assistance on the one hand. On the other hand, the U.S. did say that they don't want the attacks to come out until the negotiations are maxed out.
Well, to your point,
Maybe this is just a warning
Bibi
shot.
Netanyahu and Donald Trump, they were on the phone. President Trump said that to Bibi Netanyahu on the phone. Don't attack Israel
Yes,
while these
bosom
talks
buddies.
are ongoing. That was reported in Axios. Clearly, Netanyahu didn't listen.
I don't know how clear that is, because
He doesn't have to
it is
do
very
anything
unlikely
Trump
Netanyahu
tells him to
and his
do,
current
fool.
political state
This is
could
fucking
not
country.
really withstand Donald Trump's
No
wrath.
country has to do what
If
the
Donald
U.S.
Trump
tells
turns
him to
around
do.
tomorrow and says to Netanyahu, you know what? You screwed me. You screwed me with this and you didn't listen. And as a result, I am now going to, for example, not veto resolutions against the United Nations. I am, for example, going to stop weapons shipments to you. Trump is capable of doing this. We've seen what he does to allies even when he gets angry at them. So I would be very surprised if this was done as a complete shock to Donald Trump. I don't think Netanyahu would risk that. I don't think he thinks that he would be able to withstand that, both in terms of the war, but politically. I do think that possibly Netanyahu said, look, we're going to carry this out, but let's try to work together to just make this a warning shot. Again, maybe not. We may see explosions going off across Iran. I am surprised that on the one hand, we have seen this going off. On the other hand, I keep on checking my phone to say, okay, where are the explosions in the main nuclear sites? The biggest and most important nuclear site in Iran is in an area called Natanz. This is a site that Israel, back in November, attacked the S-300 air defenses as preparation. It took out the air defenses there as preparation to a follow-up attack. That is the site that you really need to destroy if you want to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities. Other sites in Isfahan, other sites near Qom, those are the sites that really need to be attacked. But the fact that so far has only been an attack in Tehran, thus far at least, in the first hour, that we're not seeing explosions elsewhere, I'm assuming that there's a lot of talks that are going on behind the scenes right now to possibly see where this is going. I'd be very surprised if, in fact, Trump told Netanyahu not to do this, as you said, if
I don't think he
Netanyahu
would.
just didn't listen.
I don't think he'd tell him
It would be a
not to.
risk
He'd
that would
probably
be
say go for it.
far too big for him to take at this point, is my guess.
So, Alone, we are looking at, and we have been looking at images of Tel Aviv, the skyline in Tel Aviv. You and I have been on the air several times before where Iran has launched missiles toward Israel. And we were keeping a look on images like this because we were waiting to see if we would see any sort of ammunition or artillery come through and impact perhaps the Iron Dome. I need to make something clear to the audience. This is Israel launching preemptive strikes against Iran. So we're not expecting to see any activity on any of these live cameras that are in Tel Aviv or any of the cameras in Jerusalem. One of the reasons why I like talking to Alon during these breaking news times, by the way, is because he does research and he does read the news reports as they're coming out, whether it's sites that are in Hebrew, whether it's sites that are in Arabic. A lot of times, Alon, we're covering things here from the States.
No one likes to show off.
On sometimes English translations of some of the reports that are coming out of the region. Where are you watching right now to see how Iran responds to this? What media channels are you watching? And in what medium do they tend to respond? Are we expecting some sort of statement from Tehran? How do we usually end up hearing from them in the initial moments of something like this?
So I'll say a couple of things about that. First of all, I just want to say that right now there is an image coming out, which is an interesting image of a building that has been attacked in Tehran. This I'm seeing, to address your question, in Israel's official state news. There are video footages that have been from local people in Iran showing a building on fire, and it says that there are reports that in Israel's attacks, there were also attacks against the houses of senior political and military figures in Iran. That is a very, very interesting report, if that is true. If that is true, then that means that this attack is not just targeting nuclear facilities, but it is also targeting senior politicians and senior military figures in Iran. That is where I get a lot of these news. I look, for example, at Twitter or X, whatever it's called today, and I look at different things I follow are Israeli state media and Iranian media and
Big giant UFO.
And international sort of Middle East media reports.
UFOs
Most
did
of the
it.
things, though, that first come out are reports on the ground. So, for example, again, I'm going to try to actually show this. This is a picture of a building that is on fire. This is a building that is on fire in Iran, and this is a report again from Israel. And the report then says that apparently houses are also being targeted in this attack, not just nuclear facilities. So when I say that, like I say, I don't know. I don't know. That's an image that was uploaded right now.
Christ.
When you follow news that is breaking like this all the time, you have to distinguish between the official statements. I don't expect to see any official meaningful statement from Iran at this point. Iran at this point, the most it could say, because their sort of national pride has also been hurt.
I'm John Dickerson in New York.
Diplomatic agreements, it had to restrict what it was doing, and most defenses, its aerial systems, also because of the decision, according to U.S. intelligence. But both the United States and many European partners said the amount of fuel they had was at such a level and enriched at such a high quantity that triggered deep concern that they could quickly, if they made the political decision, seek to make a nuclear weapon. At this point, U.S. intelligence still does not believe they have a weaponization program to actually launch a nuclear weapon. But Israel has been troubled by the activity, and at this moment in time, the Israeli Prime Minister has been arguing Israel is in a weakened state because of the past attacks last year by Israel on Tehran's defenses, its aerial systems, also because of the damage to their militias with that multi-front war against Hezbollah and Hamas. So this is a moment of opportunity for the Prime Minister. As you pointed out, John, there is still a plan, at least at this point, for the top Iranian diplomat to meet with President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, who has been trying to urge Iran to take a deal to restrict its program. That is still scheduled for Sunday in Oman.
You can imagine that, I won't speculate. Help us understand, Margaret, how much of a challenge this is for U.S. policymakers. You've sketched why the Israelis think there's a moment of opportunity here. What are you hearing from your sources in the U.S. government?
Well, John, I'll be very transparent with you and our viewers. U.S. officials weren't entirely clear on what was going to happen and when. It was very tight hold, and we know even at this moment, we're all trying to figure out exactly what the targets are that Israel is going after. Did they see, for example, movement of material? Was there a reason this window was so specific as to why they would need to take advantage of it? But what U.S. officials are looking at is the concern, of course, about immediate blowback for U.S. personnel and staff in the region and diplomats. Right. Remember yesterday, the Pentagon advised family members, the dependents of military officers in the region to leave if they wanted to. We know the State Department drew down significantly from the U.S. mission in Iraq. Right. Iraq borders Iran. There are significant militia presence within Iraq, and so there's concern that for the thousands of U.S. troops that remain stationed in Iraq and in nearby Syria, that there could be some risk there. So there are Americans on these front lines. There's always the concern of a regional spillover. Yeah. And then from some of our allies, there's also concern that if Israel targets and hits sites where there was nuclear enrichment, nuclear development, that there is also an impact from an explosion there. So we need to really understand the details of what was targeted.
Which they've had that for decades.
Were these nuclear program sites? Exactly what? We're waiting on the Israeli Defense Force to brief on those details.
All right, stand by for a second, Margaret. We have more from the Israeli defense minister, and I'm reading now. Following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran, a missile and drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future. Senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang joins us now. Weijia, what do you got? What are they saying at the White House?
John, so far at this hour, they are saying nothing, but we do know that President Trump was hosting a congressional picnic here. We can still hear the sound from that on the South Lawn as lawmakers gather. And just around 8 o'clock, half an hour ago, he went to the West Wing. We know that because there is a military standing guard sentry outside of the West Wing entrance. And as you know, that means the president is now inside working. And so we are trying to figure out, John, whether he got a heads up before this happened and what sort of intelligence he received from the Israelis, if any, before this attack. Now, the president spoke at length about this earlier today, John, and he was explicitly asked how imminent is an Israeli attack on Iran. And he said he did not want to use that word, but added that it looks like something could very well happen. He was also asked if the Israelis had shared any direct information with him, and he said no, but it's interesting because he also said it could be a dangerous situation. Obviously, actions speak louder than words, as Margaret laid out. The administration urged American personnel in the region to evacuate. So at this hour, we do not know how much the president knows about the attack, whether he was briefed earlier. But John, even today, knowing whatever it is he obviously did know to make the assessment that the situation there could escalate quickly, he still expressed optimism that a deal with Iran could still happen. And so, you know, the question that remains unanswered, John, is whether he has now changed his red line in order to get that deal across the finish line. Just weeks ago, he made very clear himself, along with officials, that the red line in order to have a successful agreement was that Iran would not be enriching any amounts of uranium, 0 levels of enrichment. And that is something that Tehran publicly was not agreeing to. And so today, while the president said Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, that would require very high levels of enrichment. He did not answer whether they were still open to lower levels. And that is going to be critical, John, moving forward in assessing how realistic a deal is, especially as we monitor the situation in Iran and how Tehran decides to respond.
Weijia Zhang at the White House, thank you so much. Weijia, with us now is retired U.S. Marine Corps General Kenneth McKenzie, former head of U.S. Central Command and current CBS News contributor. General, what's the first thing you're going to want to look for, or first questions you would want answered after you learn about this attack?
The videos. I think
we begin by seeing that the Israelis probably achieved tactical surprise. There have been no reports of Israeli aircraft downed.
Right.
I'm guessing this is a combination of man-low observable aircraft, stealth aircraft, long-range missiles, some short-range missiles, possibly some drones launched from within Iran. A complex attack. Looks like against the nuclear sites, but
they
as you said, that would be the first thing I'd like to know if I were looking at this right now. Is it a narrow attack?
Right,
Was it simply against the nuclear sites? Because then you may have an opportunity to scope and scale a potential Iranian response. And on the note of an Iranian response, Iran will not be able to respond immediately. It will take them a little while to bring their missiles to readiness. They're probably not ready to do that right now. The sun's going to be coming up in a little while. They will probably not want to do something during daylight. So we're looking at the next period of darkness at the very earliest time for a probable Iranian response. And as you know, John, those responses have not been particularly effective against Israel the last 2 times they've done that.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that. Since it was your daily concern, what's your assessment of how weakened Iran is? And two questions. One, because their proxies are weakened, but then also we've had more evidence about their ability to respond, to make an evaluation of whether they can, in fact, respond as wide and as deep as we once thought.
Iran misses Lebanese Hezbollah. That was their huge strategic hedge against Israel. Lebanese Hezbollah is out of the fight. The Syrians are out of the fight. Iran is generationally weakened right now.
They are.
Now, that's against Israel. They still have a lot of weapons that they could fire against our bases in the region and against countries such as Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates, where they would be able to generate more missiles than they can actually fire at Israel. So that would be an option, but that would be a marked widening of the war and probably lead to direct pressure on the Iranian regime. The ultimate goal of Iranian statecraft is regime survival. And they will make their calculation about the next move with that held as the highest objective. So it'll be real interesting to watch what the Iranians do here over the next 24 to 48 hours.
And General, just to bring our viewers up to speed here, that we are watching Iranian television there. Those are pictures
I gotta say, I love the Iranian people. I love the different types of Iranian people out there. I don't like the extremists whatsoever. I don't like the government. I do not like the government. I don't like how they treat women there and stuff like that. And I do not want the Iranians to ever have the bomb. I've been watching them for 40 years, over 40 years, Iran and stuff like that. So doing intelligent stuff on them and everything. So
at night, you see some smoke there. And then we also have some reporting. Our Jennifer Jacobs reports that the White House will convene a cabinet meeting tomorrow morning. That's per several sources. The U.S. is not a part of this operation. There's no intelligence sharing. Iran State TV says the country's air defense system is on full alert. General, if you're still with us, I just have one other question. In terms of the ladder of Israeli attacks, you mentioned that there might be a smaller scale attack and then just kind of make a new kind of assessment. How much could Israel do without help of the United States in terms of hurting the Iranian nuclear program?
John, they can damage the Iranian nuclear
program. So Russia says the International Atomic Energy Agency anti-Iran resolution didn't enjoy wide convincing support. Okay.
Program. They can give it significant damage. They cannot do the things that we could do to the Iranian nuclear program because they don't have the special ordinance that will let you go deep into the deep underground spaces where the Iranians have some of the most sensitive parts of their program concealed. So that is going to be a limit, but they can still do a significant amount of damage. And again, I don't know if they plan to come back tomorrow night. Is this a one-night event? Is it going to be a multi-day event? That's still to be discovered. The Israelis will certainly assess the damage.
Is this wave one or
how it went, and then they'll make decisions based on that, and they'll also make decisions, I'm sure, based on whatever the Iranian response is. And again, I would just emphasize the narrower the Israeli strike, the more clearly confined to the nuclear target that it is. And the nuclear target is a bunch of targets. I want to be clear, as you sort of illustrated in your very good graphic. It's a lot of targets, but as long as they're narrowly scaled against that, there's a possibility we might be able to control escalation here.
And General, what are U.S. military officials thinking right now in terms of their assets in the region that are possibly in danger? Give me a sense of the to-do list that suddenly has popped up in front of U.S. decision makers.
So everybody's at a very high state of alert right now. Probably a lot of people are in shelters. We're looking very hard at all our
40,000. Wow, look at this. 40,000 military forces. That's from Iraq. You got Syria. We have special operations all the time in these areas. Special forces and other types, advisors, security advisors. I mean, the stuff that I've done on intelligence and stuff like that, that's a lot. I think there could be more than 40,000, but that's just a rundown.
What the Iranians might do next, I would think the CENTCOM commander has probably taken steps to disperse his aircraft, to position ships in different places than where they've just been, to do a variety of things, all of which will complicate Iranian targeting as they begin to decide what their next move is going to be. And I would also think that there'll probably be some clear and unambiguous messaging directed at Iran, warning them of the ultimate consequences of attacking U.S. forces and U.S. targets in the region. Because I have to believe, John, if that occurs, the Iranian regime itself will come under pressure. And I go back to a point I made earlier. Preservation of that regime remains the highest goal of Iranian statecraft.
The thing about Iran is there are different religious sects in Iran. There's even Christian ones as well. I mean, like I said, I love a lot of the Iranian people, except for history and stuff like that. But there's a lot of people that hate the stupid extremists there. They've hated them forever and stuff. It is a totalitarian state in Iran. I forgot the right word, but the people that are in charge of it, the religious extremists there that are in charge of the country and stuff like that. It's a dictatorship, really. So I want there to be a democracy there.
And just holding on that point for a second, it remains the highest goal. So does that mean they're limited really in how far they're really going to go because they don't want to get a massive attack that might bring that into question?
Within their own worldview, the Iranians are realists. They know the limits of their capabilities. They've been badly exposed by the attacks of their offensive forces on Israel. Their own defensive forces have been severely attrited by prior Israeli attacks. They are at the weakest they've been in many, many years. When pressed, the Iranians are willing to negotiate. They did this during the Iran-Iraq war. It's called drinking from the poison chalice in Iranian statecraft. They've done it before. It's possible they'll do it again. I think it all depends on the nature of this attack, how successful it was, what the collateral damage is. There are a variety of factors that will go into that calculation.
All right, General McKenzie, thank you. I want to turn to Margaret Brennan. Margaret, remind us again of sort of the nature of the deal that was on the table between the United States and the Iranians, or what the terms were they were at least negotiating over.
So about 2 weeks ago, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy, his friend, the real estate developer who has been the person he's put at the tip of the spear with all really highly sensitive diplomacy, transmitted a proposal via Oman, that small Gulf emirate that tries to communicate with both the West and with Iran, whose regime is really diplomatically isolated. And in that proposal, the United States floated a number of different ideas, permutations of what a potential negotiated agreement with the United States could look like. But what was clear within those option sets was that the United States does not want Iran to be able to enrich uranium, nuclear fuel, on its own territory, even if it were just at low levels of enrichment for what Iran was claiming always was a civilian nuclear program. The United States was offering, okay, we'll let you have a nuclear program that is peaceful and for power purposes, a civilian one, but you'd have to go buy that enriched fuel outside of your own borders. We don't want you to have that option. That's where Iran was really insistent that they had the right to this. The U.S. offered and actually reached out, as President Trump did in his conversation with Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, to see if other states that have close relationships with Iran, as Russia does, would
China.
help with that. Russia even possibly taking some of that enriched nuclear fuel we talked about that was enriched up to that 60% level. 90% is weapons grade, so you can see how close that was and why it was making U.S. officials and other officials around the world nervous, and said you could ship that to Russia. By the way, that's what President Obama did in that 2015 diplomatic deal. So there are some ideas in this proposal that look very similar to that same diplomatic accord that President Trump exited back in 2018. Remember, until 2018, Iran had agreed to limit its program. It was only after the U.S. pulled out that they began this enrichment cycle again, and that has what has triggered this renewed concern. Their behavior in the region in terms of funding militias always continued. Their development of missiles also of concern to the United States. But the restrictions on its nuclear program are really of the utmost concern to President Trump.
Margaret Brennan, Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent for CBS and the anchor of Face the Nation. We have an Israeli, what Israel is saying, we have reporting out of Israel, that, and this is that the Iranian regime is advancing a secret program to build a nuclear weapon. This is according to an Israeli military official. Iran has enough material to make 15 nuclear bombs within days. And this, again, is according to an Israeli military official. So that is the latest. Again, Israel has just launched airstrikes into Iran. The Israeli defense minister saying in a statement that they are, quote, preemptive strikes. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and for some of you tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson in New York.
Wow. Let's see what's going on here.
No ice.
Okay. We're out there. See if there's an aerial shot. Here it is. I want an aerial shot. That's not today? I wouldn't be surprised if it's not. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not today. This is like today. How toddlers act when it's nap time. Yes, it is. Trip 2080. I want Trip. That's just me. Yeah, it looks like they did hide it in residential areas. How nice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this same old shit.
We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear.
And that was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu giving a statement on the airstrikes that Israel has just conducted on Iran. I want to bring in CBS News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Margaret Brennan.
Hey,
Margaret,
cut him
I know
off.
that you
How
were
nice.
talking to your
Oh, she's
sources and
bad.
gathering information. What have you learned so far?
Yes, we've been trying to communicate with sources here in the U.S. and overseas. What we know is what the Prime Minister just announced, that these were Israeli jets targeting sites within Iran that he says were related to the nuclear program that Iran has claimed for so long is entirely peaceful. U.S. intelligence has been concerned about the level of highly enriched uranium that Iran had stockpiled, but had assessed that Iran had not yet decided to pursue a weapon and that it would take some time for them to do so. In his statement there, the Prime Minister said Israel's assertion is that Iran had stockpiled enough nuclear fuel for 9 weapons and that they could build one in less than a year. He did not explain why he felt tonight was the night it had to be done, that some of those targets were hit. I do want to point out that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has released a statement making clear the United States did not provide support in terms of offensive support to this military strike. It didn't participate in it. But Israeli officials are telling me that the U.S. Was aware of Israel's intention and these strikes. In the reporting of this throughout the day, it has been a back and forth as to when a potential strike could take place. What we know at this point is just what the Israeli Prime Minister has detailed. We don't know yet if this completely kills the diplomatic option that President Trump said he preferred and was sending his chief negotiator to talk to Iranian officials about this Sunday in Oman. We're waiting to hear from the administration if they think that diplomacy is in any way an option. Why would that still be necessary? Well, we don't know that Israel was able to actually take out the entire nuclear program. Iran has underground facilities that the U.S. is uniquely positioned to be able to destroy. And the U.S. has said that it would be hard for Israel to actually destroy the nuclear program without U.S. help. So this may be a damage to this program, but not destruction of it. We'll just have to wait to see what more becomes apparent in the next few hours and days in terms of assessments of the targets hit. The Prime Minister said it could last for a few days.
And President Trump is planning to hold a cabinet meeting tomorrow at the White House. I'm curious, what are you going to be watching for in that meeting?
Well, I think all of us will be chasing all details we can, just as we were when we heard yesterday there was a meeting internally in the White House to try to assess options and what the U.S. would do. You know, one of the first indications we had that something might be happening imminently was the announcement the Pentagon made that they were advising the dependents of military personnel in the Middle East to consider leaving.
Right, that's what you do.
And that was one of the first indications that the U.S. was concerned about blowback for the United States, for its actual citizens living
Trump
abroad.
says was
We have to watch what happens here, including what the fallout is in the region, not just at strikes against the United States, perhaps in retaliation, but whether that could be avoided. And I know that diplomats in the region and the UN were concerned that carrying out a military strike against a nuclear facility could have damage, a fallout, and we will need to learn more.
In that statement, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that this was all to thwart what he said was a plan from Iran to destroy Israel, another plan. Can you go into that a little bit more, what he meant by that?
Well, they've been planning that.
Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu, as he said in that recorded statement in English, he speaks fluent English. He went to university here. He lived here for many years. He knows that when he is speaking not just to his citizens, but to the world to explain this military action because it was preemptive. It did not have the support of other countries around the world. And in that statement, he argued that this was existential for Israel. His belief has long been that Iran poses a threat if they do actually get a nuclear program that could be weaponized.
It's been Iran's plan to blow up Israel off the face of the map. They've been saying that for decades now. Since they took power.
October 7th, nearly 2 years ago. And that was carried out by this Gaza-based militia, Hamas, that did receive some support from Iran.
Right.
From that time on, the massive intelligence failure that Israel suffered, the loss of life of 1,200 of its citizens and other nationals who were, some of them taken hostage, he has gone through and really targeted not just Hamas, Hezbollah, another powerful militia in Lebanon. The prime minister pointed to that, of how he has sort of step by step gone through a lot of Iran's tentacles, some of its proxy forces that it has used to carry out malicious behavior targeting Israelis or other Western targets, including Americans in the past. And he laid that out there, saying this was sort of the next step here in trying to go directly at the Iranian regime, the leaders who made those decisions to fund those other forces. So he was laying out that argument that this has been his strong belief. A number of U.S. presidents have been deeply skeptical and worried about carrying out a military strike when Prime Minister Netanyahu has tried to persuade them of it. President Trump also was skeptical, but you are hearing tonight from Israeli officials that the U.S. was given advance notice, and that Secretary Rubio is just making clear the U.S. doesn't want to be part of any military conflict at this point.
They said they don't want to be part of any military conflict, but I want to go back to the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran over Iran's nuclear capabilities. Can you go into more of what the U.S. wants Iran to do in terms of their nuclear sites?
So what we know from the proposal the United States presented to the Iranian negotiators 2 weeks ago, this was from Steve Witkoff, the envoy who transmitted it through a middleman out of Oman, their foreign minister, to the Iranians, that they just don't want Iran to have enrichment of nuclear fuel, period, even if it was for civilian purposes. The many different options laid out in that proposal really were focused on this idea of restricting Iran's ability to enrich nuclear fuel, even at low levels. They had been enriching up to 60%, close to 90%, which is weapons grade. And so that was really the heart of the proposal we know the United States put forward. They gave many different options there. We aren't quite sure yet. I've reached out to Steve Witkoff, as I'm sure every other reporter in Washington's doing right now, to say, is the plan still on and is that deal still on the table? We just don't know what this will do to the diplomacy, but it certainly shows that this offer was backed up by the credible threat of force. Now, does this mean that there won't be further action by the United States down the line? We don't know.
So
destroying this entire program is very complicated.
thing is, they've always had a threat of force over the past, like, 3 decades. And Israel's never done anything about it till now. So there's reason why the Iranians was not to believe this as just a feint, as just BS. What the fuck?
Would be knock-on effects that would eventually draw the United States in. One of those concerns has been the use of Iran's proxy forces, those militias in the region who could target U.S. service people as they have in the past or carry out strikes. And that is why Secretary Rubio was talking about trying to protect that. Now, there's a lot of reporting yet to be done here on the cost of retaliation. Iran has retaliated against Israel for, within just the past year, recall that Israel carried out strikes on Iran, but not its nuclear program. So we have to see what the potential retaliation could be, or if the United States would threaten the regime itself further.
Margaret Brennan, I know you've got phone calls to make, emails to answer, texts to answer. Thank you so much for sticking with us and for giving us that insight.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. And I want to bring in CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd. Sam, talk to us about the security risks here to the U.S. and U.S. interests. And what does the news of Israel's airstrikes against Iran mean for talks between the U.S. and Iran that we've been talking about?
Well, Elizabeth, it is worth noting that this is not our first rodeo.
پادگان قلم‌مرغی اینجا.
Shout out to Hindustan Times. What's all that air activity right there? What is that? What are those? Paranormal. Yeah, what are all these? Those UFOs? Stars? I don't think those are stars, but anyway.
نزدیک پادگان قلم‌مرغیه.
Alright. They're just gonna show the same thing.
پادگان قلم‌مرغیه اینجا.
Looks like from Twitter that they said they killed a high-ranking Iranian official. That's what it sounds like.
systems to produce weapons-grade uranium, which is usually higher than a 90% refinement. With the Israelis striking and targeting these facilities, considering that we've heard of impacts at both Natanz and Fordo, and we're also able to confirm the actual fires ongoing at the Natanz facility, this may be putting a damper onto the Iranians' abilities to further enrich uranium in their own nuclear programs. We can also see that the city of Fordo, which is a little bit more north from the city of Natanz, and I can actually see it right here, so let me actually bring y'all down there and show y'all what we have at Fordo. So let me go up here to Natanz, and then we go up here to Fordo. And this is somewhere around the general area where the nuclear facility is at, and I would generally assume that the nuclear facility is something that we would not easily see from a satellite camera. Because it is something that we have largely been told is subterranean. Meaning that if the Israelis did hit it, we are most likely not seeing any initial major damage at this moment, and there may be some superficial or light damage that has been caused to the actual facility. The above-ground picture that we're seeing of fires in Natanz may be misleading and may lead some to believe that the facility has been entirely knocked out. That most likely would not be the case, at least at this moment. It most likely has taken some minor damage, but may not be knocked out or even close to being knocked out by the first wave of strikes. This is also why we're hearing that the Israelis are planning on multiple days of strikes, as they are most likely trying to aim to destroy these facilities through a multitude of strikes that will actually be able to destabilize the ground above the facilities and also cause enough structural damage that they may just simply collapse underground. While at the same time that all of that's going on, we've also been able to hear of more breaking news that Enforcer Matt's been able to find. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so we're getting a couple of updates right now about the situation inside of Iraq. And remember, just a reminder to everybody that might have just joined the stream, there's major explosions being reported at the airport in Baghdad right now where U.S. forces are indeed stationed. And that is just, once again, U.S. forces are stationed at the Baghdad airport. So that's a very important clue right there. Right now, we're hearing possibilities that Iranian proxy groups in Iraq, such as Kataib Hezbollah, and of course I'm butchering the pronunciation of that, but Hezbollah, that's the group, is apparently attacking U.S. forces at that airport. So that is the best guess, the best preliminary report we have at the moment, is apparently Hezbollah, one of the proxy groups of Iran, has decided to launch attacks inside of Iraq. Now, take that with a grain of salt. That is not confirmed amongst multiple sources. That is the preliminary report we're hearing right now. But right now, that is our best evidence to go on of what's happening inside of Iraq, because right now there's a big firestorm going on there. Also, by the way, we do have some more information as well inside of Israel's operations. Apparently, the assault in Iran included undisclosed Mossad operations, according to N12 News, and that is a very big revelation as well. The reason why that is a big revelation is because Mossad, who's already operating secretly inside of Iran, apparently facilitated some of the assassinations, not just with the air assaults, but also on the ground as well. So when they demolished these buildings, they had Mossad agents apparently waiting on the ground to go in and verify if they were dead or not, and maybe finish the job if it was needed to be. That's apparently what Israel's saying right now. So this is a very comprehensive response here by Israel all the way around. And also, by the way, Enforcer, we do have a video showing at the very top of the initial moment where Tehran was attacked when the missiles came in, if you want to take a look at that video.
We actually have that video right here as well. We can actually see one of the, it appears to actually be some form of an Israeli missile that impacted the neighborhood within northeastern Tehran. Actually, let me move that marker to where it more accurately represents where we believe most of these attacks actually occurred. So here is the clip of the strike. You see the missile flying in and then impacting a residence in that area. We can actually see that pretty much, oh my God. Dude, oh my God. That was like dozens. I actually didn't think it was that large initially. Yeah. Good God.
It was a really big strike. That was a crazy footage. That was the one I was trying to show you earlier that got removed apparently by the other poster, but this was the initial moments of the strike on Tehran. So this wasn't like some precision strike on the top leadership. This was like a brute force, take the whole building down type response. It was a big one.
This response was, we're not just killing the top military officials, we're killing the entire Iranian government tonight. Because just look at the sheer size of this thing. It is at least, I would say, several dozen Israeli missiles that were fired into this area. I mean, this is absolutely insane, actually.
And they literally, Israel's reported that they apparently demolished the houses where these people were living. So they were living in pretty like large-scale $1 million high-rise apartment buildings apparently. So they've leveled those places. They are no longer standing inside of Tehran anymore. So pretty serious strike.
And if you all like to see the aftermath, we do have one of the clips that came out a little while ago actually showing the fires that resulted from these impacts inside of northeastern Tehran.
So that makes
37
sense.
دقیقه
If government was there,
ورودی
that makes sense. All right.
فرهزاد پایین یه ساختمون مسکونی زده شده.
That's not survivable. Like if there was anybody in that building, I guarantee you they didn't survive that. That was a devastating.
And also, we could see damage to high-rise buildings as well that was caused just by the periphery of the explosion, which was significant enough to actually blast out outer walls and also pretty much destroy all of the windows as well. We could also see that another building appeared to have had a significant part of its sidewall facings fall off as a result of one of the explosions nearby. And we do understand that all of these explosions at this moment did occur somewhere around this specific neighborhood, the Mahalati, the Latte neighborhood. We'll call it the Latte neighborhood. That's probably a little bit easier for me to pronounce. But this is where it came from, just about up here. And so this area, as you can see on the satellite, is filled with a large number of high-rises, and from what we know, these high-rises actually house the top officials of the Iranian government, or at least a large number of them, and a lot of Iran's, Tehran's well-to-do millionaires and multimillionaires that also would live within this area as well. So it appears that a lot of the attacks by Israel were conducted within this specific northeastern area of the city, although we haven't been able to hear evidence and a lot of information to corroborate that there were attacks elsewhere throughout Tehran that we have not been able to geolocate specifically at this moment. Another interesting thing...
I've actually got you some footage just right now showing apparently continued fire in Garmdara, which is just located right outside of Tehran following the Israeli strikes. And it's actually morning time right now in Tehran. It's very early morning right now, and the sun is just coming up. So we actually have a daytime footage here that you're looking at right there, showing some of these fires right outside of Tehran in the neighborhood of Garmdara, if I'm pronouncing that properly.
Garmdara, we're going to be butchering names all night long, so I don't really think we need to be too bothered about it. But it appears that we were able to confirm airstrikes earlier in Shrek Mailate over here in this neighborhood, and we also were able to confirm airstrikes in Garmdara over here as well. We can see ongoing fires as the morning is now broke over the city, confirming attacks have hit pretty much from the east to the west of the city of Tehran, and most likely multiple other areas in between that we just haven't really been able to see exactly yet. We can see that Iranian first responders have shown up to the scenes of some of the strikes, and interestingly enough, some of these strikes actually do appear to be largely surgical, as we can see that in this strike right here, it appears that a specific apartment in the building was targeted, and the damage was largely relegated to that specific floor, most likely showing the Mossad officials were able to confirm information that top officials were in that exact apartment at that exact time, and smaller munitions were used to precisely strike these areas of the buildings and attempt to assassinate the leaders inside. At least we can make that assumption, because we do know that the normal Israeli mode of operation is to slam a 2,000-pound bomb into the base of the building and make the foundation give out and bring the whole thing down. It appears that that wasn't the case, at least in this strike, and it was far more surgical in hitting specific floors where the apartments of these top officials may have been. Once again, we're trying to make the best of the information that we have at the moment. We also got to see another fire of the Natanz nuclear facility that is on fire. And to once again show you all this, because I do know that we have a massive amount of people here tonight trying to get in on the ground floor of what's going on in this recent development. This is the city of Natanz, and to show you all a little bit of what Israel is going to be striking tonight, Israel, at least from our information that we have at this moment, or you want to call it intelligence, has been targeting and destroying top Iranian officials inside the city of Tehran, and it also appears that they've been targeting and destroying, specifically at this moment, the nuclear enrichment facilities at Fordo and Natanz. We have also heard of some explosions in Isfahan, although we have not been able to confirm the exact reason for those explosions. It is possible that they may have been targeting and destroying a research reactor within Isfahan, which is one of the more active ones inside the country. Nevertheless, it does appear that the fires at Natanz, which is a uranium enrichment plant, are still ongoing at this moment. Let me bring y'all back down there and show y'all exactly where this is to give y'all an idea of where we're watching this fire from. This is the city of Natanz, and the nuclear research facility, or the enrichment plant, is just outside of the city of Natanz. We can see a larger fire is now beginning to burn on the surface around this facility at the moment, once again showing that there have been clear confirmed impacts by Israeli airstrikes onto the facility. One other thing that I'd like to note before Matthew gives us some more breaking news here in a minute, well, actually, it appears that it may be massively breaking news. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so we do have massive breaking news right now. Apparently, amidst the Iranian counterattack on Israel, which right now we do not have any footage to back that one up, except we did see MiGs taking off from the Tehran airport, apparently, which are heading toward Israel. We've also seen ballistic missiles being fired at Israel. We have not seen any impacts on the ground inside of Israeli territory as of yet of these attacks by Iran. But one thing we are hearing right now, we are getting confirmation that Israel has launched the second wave of airstrikes against Iran literally right this second. Explosions are being heard in multiple cities inside of Iran. And also the big deal is we're seeing that amongst this new wave of Israeli airstrikes, explosions are being reported in Isfahan, which is another site of a nuclear facility, as well as in Iraq. It's likely targeting the Iraq nuclear complex, which houses an important heavy water reactor. So it appears to be an expansion upon the original strikes on these nuclear facilities, and also they're striking even more cities inside of Iran as well. So that is the big news. Right this second, a massive wave, the second wave of strikes on Iran by Israeli forces.
And it does appear that according to the news that we're getting from the second strike, Israel is not only going after the uranium enrichment plants, they are also specifically targeting the city of Isfahan, which has a research reactor inside of it. While there is a research reactor inside of Isfahan, Isfahan is also significant for multiple other reasons as well, including the fact that a significant number of Iran's air superiority fighters, older, aging F-14s, are based specifically out of this area of this Isfahan Shahid Beheshti International Airport. We can actually see the shelters themselves and some of the F-14s in the exposed wide open that are a part of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force, or the IRIAF. We do understand that the Israelis have attacked this facility in the past and have attempted to try and knock out air defense systems around the base, but have never directly targeted the F-14s within the facility. We do understand that Iran's Air Force is a very old and aging Air Force, with their most advanced aircraft being the F-14. We do understand that they are currently attempting to get some Su-30 variants from the Russian Federation to further bolster and support their aging Air Force, but none of those airframes, at least according to information that we have right now, have been delivered in mass, meaning that if they are in Iran, they are an incredibly limited number and will not be able to provide any significant air superiority advantage in the ongoing conflict with the state of Israel. We also understand that at least around the general area, there is a stationary S-200 brigade that is stationed around the proximity of the airbase, and we do understand that they pretty much have open reign of the northwestern area of the compound to be able to conduct their air operations from as a pretty much permanent fixture. We did see in the past, however, that this facility and air defense system had been knocked out, and we have not been able to get any information to prove that this system had ever been brought online since the last attack the Israelis conducted against Iran last year. This means that Isfahan may be entirely blind and without radar or air defense coverage, meaning that Israeli attacks on Isfahan and the city of Natanz may be far easier than they ever were in the prior attack, as there is quite literally no air defense to contend with or to knock out at this very moment while these strikes are ongoing. One thing that's incredibly interesting to note, mind you all, about the ongoing strikes by the State of Israel is the complete lack of Iranian air defense that we are seeing at this moment. We have not heard any information at all showing that the Islamic Republic of Iran has activated air defense systems or has even engaged in any kind of air defense fires against the incoming missiles that have been fired by the State of Israel. This may be leading us to have telltale intelligence targeted the air defense systems alone and only. We hardly saw any other major attacks hit just about anything else, rather than one major oil refinery within southern Tehran, as well as some other smaller facilities throughout the area of the Islamic Republic. Still, it appears that that initial attack that was conducted last year was something that the Islamic Republic of Iran may have not been able to recover from, as we are still seeing at this very moment, according to all the video and picture evidence we have, and the confirmation of the multiple strikes that Israel has been able to conduct successfully throughout the country, that the air defense, or at least the radar systems used to guide the air defense, may have been entirely destroyed and never brought back up to an operational capacity during the times that have existed between that last attack and the one right now, leaving Iran's airspace wide.
They alluded to it as the first phase. So we, in some ways, were expecting there to be some sort of second round of, and we'll hold off on calling it anything for now because we're not exactly sure what some sort of second round or second phase may look like. One thing that we always like to do here is give people an idea of
that they were all eliminated, not just some of them, but all of them. The chief of staff, the senior nuclear scientist.
Command of the governor of the state of California.
Ooh.
Do it peacefully. It's a vulgar display.
Oh boy.
It's the kind of thing you see Kim Jong-un, you see it Putin, you see it with
Judge says Trump illegally called the National Guard. Wow. Now Trump is going to have to put the insurrection act. He's going to have to. He's going to have to put the insurrection act. I mean, a lot of us that know constitutional law knew that Trump would have to do that. This guy should be executed, in my opinion, for treason, but I think he should. Same with the other people that allowed this shit to happen, a lot of other stuff he's done. Him and other politicians, so. Piece of shit. I hope you have a terrible death, I really do. Terrible, terrible death. Courts don't even have a right to do that either. They don't. But thing is, constitutionally, the president's supposed to do under insurrection. Do the Insurrection Act, everything, which this is. And Trump is, in his administration, is totally retarded for allowing these piece of shit courts to be dictatorships, be dictators.
As a constitutional officer of the Constitution of the United States of America. That's what this court order demands of the President of the United States.
The court doesn't have fucking
He is not a
right,
monarch,
you fucking
he is not
piece
a
of
king,
shit.
and he should stop acting like one. I spoke to him on Friday night. He had a mysterious conversation with me 3 days later. You can't even make this stuff up. Oh, I would love to share the readout, but I revere the office of presidency, so I'll keep it in confidence. He is quite literally made up components of that conversation. He's been a chief of staff.
I gotta put on this stupid ass commercial for me twice. Let us see. this is Trump's fault in a way. I mean, look, thing is, he asked to put in the National Insurrection Act. He didn't say that in constitutional lawful terms. This is something also other constitutional scholars have talked about. There are lawyers I know of. I knew that he needs to invoke that. He didn't invoke this constitutional terms. Yeah, they didn't use that. I think they just want to see how the federal courts would decide. I say fuck the courts. We have a dictatorship of courts in this country that and the bullshit needs to stop. Where they're trying to take executive presidential powers away, which they've been doing, including the Supreme Court, illegally. Including with the Firearms Acts and stuff. Where they've been just taking rights away, including the executive branch. And just need to stop. I don't think Trump has the balls enough to. But I believe in the separation of powers, and I do not see these courts. They want to be a dictatorship. These courts want to be the executive branch, the presidential powers. And that's the problem. Is that they think that the courts have the presidential authority that is given to the executive branch. And they need to stay within their own branch. We do have a constitutional crisis. We do. Because you have political courts. When you enter law, you're not supposed to be on one side. You're supposed to have eyes blindfolded. You're supposed to go by the law. You're supposed to go by constitutional law. And these courts have not been doing that. That includes the U.S. Supreme Court as well. I think they just need to be blown to bits in a lot of ways. I hate to say that because we need them, but we need a separation of powers. And we have that. We have the legislative, we have the executive, and the judiciary branches. They're there for a reason. They're separated for a reason. And what happened here is a dictatorship that the courts have taken over the presidency. I thought this would happen. I honestly did. I thought for sure this is going to happen. He does look like an American Psycho. He does. He looks like a fucking dictator and a thug, really, but a good-looking one. But he looks like a fucking psycho. He does. It fits him. I want to see what Trump may say, what they'll say in Washington. God, man, this isn't about politics. I hate both sides. I hate both sides. I have nothing but hate and disdain. I have hate and disdain for these news companies putting out misinformation, disinformation, and stuff like that. I have no respect for them. Because they put out nothing but total lies in this. But I want to see if Trump God, I hate politics too. I hate politics, politicians. This is about politics too. This is about right and wrong. I could do the legal analytics. I could do that without these guys. Like I said, Trump should have invoked the Insurrection Act. He did not do that. They said that it is, I mean, they should have, and I think that they're going to have to now for the courts. I'd say fuck the courts. I hate saying that because we need it. We need the courts. We need it. We have separation of powers. We have Constitution. We have the three branches here for a reason. We have that. It pisses me off. Let's see.
Takeaway from what happened today, though, is this was a clean sweep victory for Gavin Newsom on all of the issues. The first question.
It was a clean sweep for this piece of shit. Harry, you're a fucking retard. Retards. This pieces of shit ruining this country.
Necessarily mean he's going to spit in the eye of this order and ignore it and defy it, even if the courts say absolutely you must abide by it. You know, it gets back to that old historical thing we've talked about Andrew Jackson, the president of the 1800s, saying to a chief justice, well, you've made your ruling, now you enforce it. Because the court doesn't have a standing army, whereas Jackson does have that. So we're not to that point. But the comments by Hegseth certainly do raise some concerns and make people nervous as to whether we're creeping toward this constitutional crisis.
And Royal, we always bring you in when we're trying to understand something. Have you ever seen anything on this level, or what do you compare it to, if anything?
This is very weird. You know, back in the day in the 50s, when the southern states refused to desegregate schools, President Eisenhower sent in the National Guard, even though the southern governors didn't want him to go in. And then in the 60s, the Selma, Alabama civil rights movement, you had some nationalization of troops. but we've
Hey,
never
what's
really
up?
seen such a partisan clash between the president and the local authorities as we've seen in this case. And of course, obviously, it comes at a time where partisanship is a real problem in this country. Yeah, we're in uncharted territory, Kathy, and we just hope that it'll sort out and hope that the federal government, of course, abides by whatever decisions are made by the federal judges.
Roy, you mentioned a constitutional crisis, and we're not there yet. We heard Governor Newsom saying, you know, the Constitution sets forth limits, there are constraints. This was a big victory for democracy and for those.
No, the president, by Constitution, by the fucking Constitution, the president is king over these stupid, idiot governors. Okay, that's what when we made the Constitution, we had the president there as to be the figurehead as a king, like they are in Europe. The governors were there, supposed to be there as like the nobles and stuff like that. That's what they're there for, as the nobles, the lords, to keep insurrection from happening as per Constitution. That's the way it was back then. We have a president as the king over the lords, etc. This goes back, all the way back to monarchy and stuff like that, why we have stuff here today. The governors are there to do the presidential's bidding, to keep the laws going, to keep lawful order, not disorder. This is the problem. We do have a constitutional crisis. We do. The thing is, we're going into a dangerous, dangerous intersection. Iran state media confirms killing of Revolutionary Guards chief. That's an amen. Amen. That's a good thing.
That's going to go on for more than a day or more than 2 days. And then again, the big thing too, again, we talked about it earlier, how is Iran going to respond here? What kind of damage can Iran do, perhaps its proxies as well, do against Israel? And I think that can factor in how this war turns, right? Or rather how this conflict right now goes. So again, a lot more questions than answers, but I do expect things to continue, this campaign to continue for the next days.
So, the Israel-Hamas war, Joe. We cover every day the latest on the conflict. We always talk about the idea that Hamas is funded by Iran, how much they're funding Iran.
No doubt. We are powerless. I mean, the president is going to have to say, fuck you. I'm going to do it anyway. He's going to keep him there. He has to. Because cops ain't doing shit. They're causing this. This is chaos, anarchy of the other side that's created this shit in our country. I'm gonna drink. Now they're emboldened. these cockroaches on the streets. It's 7:01. I think the press is there as part of the problem. I think they are. Wow.
Detective Rivera, what law is being invoked to prevent us from being here? What are your rules of engagement as far as
What
that
the
weapon
fuck
goes?
is up with this?
Watch out! Move! Move the area! Watch your back, man. Watch your back. Watch yourself. Move the area! Can I join that media crew? I don't even know who you're with.
That's okay. Watch them. Watch them.
doesn't know what he's talking about.
Go fuck yourself.
invaded Lebanon, we're not going to see a ground invasion between Israel and Iran. It just geographically is not possible. You'd have to go through Iraq and Syria or Iraq and Jordan in order to get there. So that's not going to happen. So what does this war look like at this point? We're going to be looking at both sides. If, again, this is all if this escalation does continue to take off, we're going to look at both sides trying to get symbolic victories. Iran is going to fire likely barrages of hundreds of missiles simultaneously, hoping that between Israel, the United States, maybe Jordan, everyone who tries to intercept them, at least 3 or 4 get through. If they fire hundreds of missiles, 3 or 4 get through. If one of those happens to hit Israel's parliament, happens to hit a holy site in Israel or Israeli airport, that to them is a victory. And the war is going to be about those symbolic victories. Similarly, Israel is going to try to target symbolic assets in Iran. Less likely that we're going to see attacks against parliaments and things like that. More likely against the things that are important to the Iranian regime. Those
Give a shout out to News to Share. Shout out. I didn't get me a drink. I want to see if also Trump has anything to say about federal judge. Bullshit. All the wraps. They should. They should use those more. I think they should use those sniping guns more. I think they should. Go F yourself. This isn't Mexico. Nothing was peaceful about this. Nothing is peaceful about it. Let's see. I need to see if there's any news. About I just wait. Let me see. Okay. There's Iran, but has to. What the fuck? I know. Set. See here. They'll vote for that shit. This is today. Yeah. Let's see if there's a response from Trump yet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All of them, they in this building right here. What the fuck?
Some sleep, yeah. Take care of yourself. Take yourself. Take care of yourself. Thanks for the light. Thank you. We have a problem now where the courts have become a dictatorship. We no longer have a president that has authority. There is no reason to have a president anymore with these stupid federal judges. These dictator judges have stripped all authority from what the presidents have. With this, you can say, does the president have any authority to have troops anywhere? There's no reason to have a president at this time with these stupid dictator judges. What they're doing is totally unconstitutional. Totally unconstitutional. There's no reason to have, a president anymore. There isn't. The president is the military on a national scale. The president is the figurehead of all military forces. Not a stupid judge. Not any court. Neither is, Neither is any of these stupid, what is it, governors. Their only job is to enforce the laws, which they're not doing. And because these judges have been stripping presidential executive powers, this is what we have. Criminals, thugs on the streets, these cockroaches taking over everything. People cannot get to their jobs. People cannot get, food, medicine by going through the streets. Without federal troops, without law enforcement doing their job, take over freeways. We have absolute chaos and disorder. Shut up. Jesus Christ. Stupid Palestine flag. That says all Hamas. Bring Hamas in. So we have Hamas supporters. Is this live? Why do I think this is not live? No. Yeah, I don't think this is live right here. I think they just switched. There has to be news. Boy, that was precision strike. I need to get to, never mind. Let me get that. Just to share credit. Cockroaches have taken over the street. I'm trying to find anything about Trump saying something. I'm trying to. It's like mounted horses are going into LA. Which I don't like. I don't like them using the roaches continue. This is what happens when the president cannot do his job. There's his house. He has to be homeless. He must be homeless. Yeah, he's probably homeless. Probably got caught into this or something. Oh, it says here, a lot of homeless lost their places here. They blamed the police, military, which they should. I mean, it's clear there's no homeless hardly there. With all the stuff, I mean, they're gone. Let's go back to, let's see, I'll go here first and then I'll go to, that's not, I believe that this is a replay here. Use, to share.
Time and go to one thing that I missed. It would be when there was a firefighter. During the illness, it was not when I was there. But yeah, there was like, yeah, there was a full-on. They ended up in a full brawl, and there was like a assault. It's literally a picture of a firefighter on fire.
They probably have some like equipment, vests.
I would like to, yeah, I have no idea, but I'd like to think that he put it on the outside of his fireproof shit or something. I can't imagine he just like drop dead like for the cause.
I do remember hearing about that, and I've seen firefighters out at some of the protests there, since they're not that specific.
It's like Seattle. Seattle. It's just everywhere. It's all these big cities.
No, some of them dispersed, for real. Here, we sit here like, I'm on your team, but everything I tell you to do is to be
Going over what we got this other.
But especially right there when that guy was like, "You have 15 minutes to get home," it's like you could be very. But the result of him saying that was that group split 3 ways. I don't think everybody there wanted to leave, but that essentially effectively dispersed them. And the same thing kind of happened back there. He's like in-house controllers.
Yet everyone got quite a few attempts over. Yeah. Just basically trying to get everybody to leave. Although for that one, from what I heard, it was like trying to get them to watch.
That was the way he was framing it, but yeah. But then once they got here, the instruction became you have 15 minutes left to get home, or else you'll get in trouble.
Whatever. Go to the other city.
I don't know. I'm hesitant to think oh.
But yeah, I didn't get them out of my loot. I didn't get them out totally. Some other places. A lot of these have saved feeds. Some of this was from yesterday, I see. There's like some grocery stores that would be going on strike in LA or really nice news. Really, really nice. 15 people. Let's see some other feeds here.
Pentagon has also authorized military family members to voluntarily leave locations throughout the Middle East. Let's bring in now Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent for CBS, Margaret Brennan. Margaret, let's just start with the basic question. Why is Israel moving at this moment to do this?
We don't know why Israel chose this moment in time, but we know the Israeli Prime Minister has been pressing to take military action and wanting the United States to support it, either directly or at least not get in the way. What we know is that this week, the
Get back!
This is from Status Q News. That's New Jersey.
Let's go. This is exactly what we don't want to hear. Pass a law that prohibits new contracts with ICE. That's exactly why. Are we up? Yeah, we're up. Because violence from outside. These federal agents are bringing violence into our community. They have hurt people here from New Jersey. They put them at risk. Yeah, get the fuck out. Open up the prison! Get out, bro! Open up the prison! I love this.
The U.S. is a fascist state! I sound of Newark! 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 I sound of Newark!
Yeah. It's from New Jersey. I need to make sure this isn't loop. What's that guy doing? The thing is, if this is Russia, they would shoot them down or whatever. They would allow it. They use tanks and everything, but. These all look like mental patients, escapees. They just do.
And it's just literally being guided by the old eyeball, and it's probably not hitting anything. Also, there was this massive explosion inside of Tabriz. As we can see, the smoke
Shout out
is floating
to
up and
Enforcer
gliding
out the
away
lake
to
up
Tabriz.
above.
We also got to see here as well that apparently this guy right here, who's kind of sitting in this chair like a slouch, Ali Shamkhani, former secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran and current senior advisor to the Supreme Leader Khamenei, was reportedly severely injured in an Israeli airstrike on his apartment this morning. So it does appear that another top official has been hit and targeted. But you know something, Matthew, that's a real big question to me? These people are like the top officials of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Why are they living in apartments instead of houses? Why is every single one of them in an apartment somewhere?
Oh, I mean, these apartments aren't like, the apartments we're familiar with. I think they're more like high-end apartments. I think they're in like pretty nice buildings. Like, I know it's hard to imagine like nice buildings inside of Iran and especially Tehran because it's kind of, not known for that. But I think these guys are living high on the hog when it comes to these things. Like, these were not just regular apartments.
Maybe not, but still it sounds weird, man. Like, instead of living in a house, which usually everyone in the world would be like, yes, I want to eventually move out of an apartment and into a house. In Iran, apparently, the high-end thing is living in an apartment, which is interesting. But it does appear that we're getting more information that the towns of Urmia, Maraka, and Avash are also under attack at the moment, although we haven't gotten video or picture evidence for that. And let's see. An Israeli official told the Jerusalem Post as well that we presented the American administration with evidence of Iran's breakthrough towards a nuclear bomb, and there was full and complete coordination with the Americans. So it does appear that the Israelis are tripling down at this point on the fact that the U.S. was involved in helping them coordinate and conduct these strikes. It also does appear that multiple fires are burning in the town of Kermanshah in western Iran, which we are going to go. We're going to put that marker down. And that is not the town. Where in the world is it? Let's see here. Oh, here we go, Kermanshah. So multiple fires are being reported in Kermanshah here on the map. So we're going to be putting that down as another marker, once again confirming multiple hits, which we'll be able to show right there. And we also have been able to hear, let's see, what else do we have? Oh yeah, with the mushroom cloud in Tabriz. Let me go make sure to put that up there so that we have everything for y'all on the map. Let's see.
Oh, also, while you're putting that on the map, by the way, we've got Khamenei. Khamenei's coming out. He's finally coming out. He's alive, by the way, just to make that clear. The Iranians want to make sure that we know that Khamenei, the quote-unquote supreme leader, is alive. He's released a statement. Khamenei is now saying that Israel must expect severe punishment after the strike, and it is going to be world-changing retaliation. So Khamenei is coming out swinging again. He's apparently come out of the bunker. He's feeling invigorated again. So he's going to go at it. So he's already claiming that he's going to order the forces to do severe punishment on the Israelis, the Americans, and everybody potentially involved in it. And that's coming very, very shortly. So Khamenei is back at it once again. Also, by the way, we've gotten a word from Iranian state television that areas around the Tabriz refinery have been hit. Apparently, that is the strikes we're seeing in Tabriz right now. Is apparently the refinery, the refinery, is apparently getting hit right this moment. Also, Enforcer, we do have some more information here that apparently a fourth wave of Israeli strikes against the Iranian military assets is ongoing as we speak. And we also got more footage showing the initial wave of strikes against Tehran on the Twitter page if you want to take a look.
And we're going to be showing all of that, but I want to make sure that we actually read the official statements and issuance of statements by the Islamic Republic of Iran that just happened a moment ago, literally a few minutes ago. I also want to point out to y'all that apparently this wasn't important enough to have an in-office meeting, so they just had it sent via email, because this does appear that it was sent over Yahoo or something like that with how this looks. But nevertheless, this is the message of the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Revolution to the great nation of Iran following the crime of the Zionist regime at dawn today. Following the Zionist regime's crimes against our beloved country, Ayatollah Khamenei, the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Revolution, issued a message to the great nation of Iran. The text of the message is as follows. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the great nation of Iran, at dawn today, the Zionist regime opened its filthy and bloody hand to commit a crime in our beloved country and revealed its evil nature by striking residential centers more than in the past. The regime must expect harsh punishment. The powerful hand of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic will not abandon him, God willing. In the enemy's attacks, several commanders and scientists were martyred. Their successors and colleagues will immediately pursue their duties, God willing. With this crime, the Zionist regime has prepared a bitter and painful fate for itself and will definitely receive it. Syed Ali Khamenei. This was issued just today. It was issued today in their time on the 13th of June of 2025, and it also has a QR code in case you were interested. I don't know, in following a Quizlet or something. I have no clue. But nevertheless, we also were able to see that the Tabriz refinery was hit, at least according to information. This actually gives us an exact area to geolocate inside the city of Tabriz. So let's see if we can find that refinery. Oh, well. Actually was close. It actually was close, Matthew, to State Road 21. Because it is right here. This is apparently the refinery that was being mentioned. You can actually see the condensers and the smaller refinery works right there. So that geolocation was actually about as close as we could have gotten it with a little bit of information that we had. So that was generally correct. We also were able to see, let's see. A fourth wave of Israeli attacks against Iran is ongoing at the moment. We also were able to hear that the Deputy Chief of the Armed Forces, Mohammad Reza Ashtiani, who is seen right here, has also been killed as well. He is the Deputy Chief of the Armed Forces, so once again, not the Chief of the Armed Forces. And meanwhile, we've also been able to see that more footage has been issued of the first wave of Israeli strikes against Tehran, which we can see in this clip right here. Why, that's pretty bright.
That is very bright. Also, by the way, that guy that you just showed a minute ago, the deputy chief of the armed forces, that was the guy who was underneath Salami, apparently. So that means the second in command was taken out in addition to the top leadership. So the third in command should be taking charge. I'm not sure if the third in command is still alive or not. Nobody's really sure about that. But right now, it's not really clear who's in charge of anything at this point because it's so fast and the assassinations are happening so wide.
So, very likely, that is why Israel's saying in the next 2 hours. Doesn't mean that it's going to happen. Iran.
I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And how far they're really going to go because they don't want to get a massive attack that might bring that into question?
Within their own worldview, the Iranians are realists. They know the limits of their capabilities. They've been badly exposed by the attacks of their offensive forces on Israel. Their own defensive forces have been severely attrited by prior Israeli attacks. They are at the weak.
Media out. There's like 4 people that are dying. But these stuff I see. Yeah.
Open your eyes. Try to blink. Try to blink. Try to blink. Try to blink. Try to blink.
No. Die. 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 Shout out to Status Quo News. I have their link in the chat box right there.
Should we do that at they don't just have to give us but first, they're going to actually have to volunteer. You, sir, what's your name and badge?
All right, we have a major update. NY Pix 11 reports at least 4 migrants escaped from a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention center in Newark, New Jersey. That's this one, Delaney Hall. Today, so that was today. 4 escaped.
I don't cover my face at my job. Yeah, I might work.
Sources say the escapees were seen running near Turnpike 78 and Delancey Street in Newark.
I know you live. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. All right. So that's the story here. That is what's going on. Also, we had reports of poor conditions inside this facility. There's a guy with a paintball gun that probably has pepper balls.
It's not worth it.
What the fuck?
That we were talking about. Our ICE agent, I'm going to start out by addressing the doxing issue that we were talking about.
Daniels, shout out. Let's go to this. Warning to illegals and migrants, we will kill you. It sounds pretty good. Let's see it. Right, like LA. Yeah, that's the way it should be. Shoot to kill them, in my opinion.
Our ICE agents, just like our Florida Highway Patrol, are our partners. We all ride together in this. We all are out here to make sure that we're protecting our citizens, protecting our communities. Many of them have been called to the border. Many of them have been called to other locations to deal with the amount of fugitives and things that are going on, detainers. So for us, we will have their back. We will work closely with Colonel Howes and his team in making sure that we're increasing patrol, we're watching them. Anybody that's doxing them, as the General said, we passed a law about 4 or 5 years ago that makes it illegal to dox here in the state of Florida. So anybody that's doing that, we will take them to full task on doing it, and we will stand with you. I want to define a couple things, and our general was very kind in how he said things. I'm not as usually as elegant in how I say things, so I'm gonna first say that peaceful protests are part of our democracy. We invite people to share their opinions. That's what our country is all about. The key word in that is peaceful, and if it's peaceful, us in law enforcement are going to make sure you have a safe environment to do it in. That's part of that process. If you let it turn violent, whoo, you do not want to do that in Brevard County. I'm going to tell you that, and I believe I can speak for my fellow sheriffs around the rest of the state. You don't want to let it happen. And just so there's no confusion, because I don't want to hear any whining later saying we didn't know, I'm going to break it down for you, all right? Because as you watch these riots unfold across the rest of the country, what you are seeing is buildings being burned down, police cars being bricked, having explosive devices thrown on them, having fire, guns pointed at them, bricks thrown at them, all and on. So I'm gonna break it down for you, all right? And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired, because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street.
Damn, yeah.
If you spit
Run
on us,
over.
you're
Run
going to the
bitches
hospital
over.
and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here.
Oh, damn.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at.
Holy fuck.
Because we will kill you graveyard dead.
Sounds
We're not going
great.
to play. This has got to stop. You're watching what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked, being spit on, being put in harm's way just for doing their jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing their jobs. And you're seeing obstructionists that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order. Not here.
Yo, first of all, I just gotta say that this is the realest stuff that I'd have never heard in my entire life. I love it. I think that this is what's needed in society. And the fact that all of these liberal fairies think that they can get away with doing some of the most egregious things to the people that protect us, the people that you call when you have a problem, the people that go and solve your murders, the people that keep us safe inside of the United States of America, our real first responders, these are the guys that should be feeling comfortable, and they already deal with enough stress as it is in their lifestyle, and the fact that they have to wake up every day and fear for the fact that they may not go home, but they put their lives on the line, and they do it for less than what we should be paying them. And then we have the nerve to sit there and disparage them. People that live, work, and play in their own communities, that is police in their own communities across the United States of America, and they've been handcuffed by their governors, by their mayors, and by the police chiefs that then serve the people, and they're paying their salaries. And then you finally get a sheriff that'll stand up for police officers, because one of the things that he said was, we stand with y'all, we got y'all back, we not gonna let anything happen to y'all, to his other fellow officers. I love this guy, and I love the fact that he was so blunt and not politically correct, and saying, listen, if you play this game, you're gonna play it to lose, because if you throw a Molotov cocktail, you try to firebomb us, you try to hurt us, you try to maim us, we will kill you dead and send you to the morgue. There is no better warning than that, and I guarantee you that the people of Florida is going to pay attention. They're not going to be out there acting a fool, and they're going to take care of their business. Salute to him. Finally, we got the adults back in office. And I also like the fact that they said that they're going to stand with ICE officers. I love that. Right. I absolutely love that. That is dope. Now, that's real motivation. That's real leadership, and that's real accountability right there.
Not in the state of Florida. So, to make it real simple, if you don't want to have any of those things happen to you, obey the law. Go protest all you want. Do it peacefully. Stand on the mountaintops and yell your opinion, your views. We invite that. But don't you dare break the law, because it won't go well for you. All right, gentlemen? Thank you, sir.
This is stay with me. I've wanted like a revolution in this country, and I wanted parts of the government destroyed, because it's in bad. There's corruption everywhere, right? But I don't like illegal trash coming over here, infecting this country, and just shitting all over it. I don't. I have nothing but hate for these people, these criminals. You know, it doesn't matter what color, ethnicity, or whatever they are. This isn't about just Latinos, this is about illegals, and this is about criminals. This stuff. And they have no right to come over here and tell us how, you know, that this should be part of Mexico, when Mexico never had the U.S., it was Spain. So, I mean, where these teachers or university professors are teaching kids, they're total idiots. They don't know anything about history or anything. So I guess it'd have to be Spain, you know, that America, I don't know. It's total retardation. You know, I mean, it's one thing for Americans to cause a revolution. That's, you know, for Americans, but for, it's like these stupid ass idiots, retards. A lot of them deserve to be shot dead, in my opinion. And we have these rats on the other side that's letting these bad things happen. And I think they should be executed for treason. I do. And stuff, for letting crimes happen. All this, how many thousands upon thousands of crimes is happening, or tens of thousands. across the nation, and I feel like politicians need to be held accountable legally, if not life in prison, execution or whatever. Like I said, there's parts of the U.S. government I want totally destroyed and stuff like that. But I don't like, nobody likes idiots from our countries fucking with this country. There's enough problems as it is. I don't respect that trash, these dirty rats. They're worse than rats. Roaches are worse than roaches. I don't think that there is a term I could use for them, but just trash from a trash can that's causing this. Anyways, see what's happening.
Side, if any of the nuclear facility plants have been hit.
No.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We've seen a brief statement posted by the IDF. What other entities are you going to be watching?
Incident number is 0580. Stand by for the historical time.
So are these like, I ain't like not so hard.
My check! My check! My check! My check!
Max. Max Afterburner. Maxi.
Are you on Alameda? We're right here on Temple. Nobody's on Alameda? Because there's a big cone. On Alameda? No. Where's your car? How far down the block?
Probably for that TV man.
So way down the right?
Yeah.
203 on the left.
Okay. Like towards the building?
Yep.
Okay, now. Thank you.
Do you know what his car is?
What's up, bud? You didn't leave?
What?
You didn't leave?
Well, I'm parked. I don't think I can.
It's okay. I'm just asking. I'm just having a conversation. Let me see your hands, guys. All right.
Have a good night.
Max Afterburner, I love you. God.
we're going to be trying to stay on air and see if these 5th and 6th waves do materialize and what they end up hitting. Because it seems as though this last attack was hitting air defense targets throughout the area, pretty much softening up the Iranian airspace for the next following days of attacks that are going to be occurring throughout the country. So we'll be waiting to see how these remainder of the major attacks that we already know are coming at this point are going to be going. And also, it appears that we have something going on in Subashi in Iran as well. We can actually see right here, that is legitimately just a radar facility. You can actually see the radar dish right up there. Like, that is the air defense facility for sure. So let's go to Subashi, which is like a ripoff of Mitsubishi. And this is apparently in the Hamadan province. And I guess you could say they're getting that hand put on them because it appears that they got hit pretty bad. So let us go to where this is. Let me make sure to cross-reference this with our map here. So this is north of Hamidan. So let's go find Hamidan, and there's Hamidan. And wow, this is a tiny town because it's not really showing. Okay, so it's on row 23. Damn, like where is it? We're just gonna put it here. We'll put it roughly around here. Air defense site hit. We'll mark that as an air defense site that's been hit. So there we go. Big thanks to all the people on the ground in Iran who are literally publishing OPSEC violations like it's no tomorrow. It makes it so easy for us to actually figure out everything that's happening inside their own country. But anyways, it does appear that someone's got their little 5 minutes of fame, and we got ourselves 5 more minutes of story. So, hey, I like it. You know, it's kind of a mutual thing. We also get to see more videos from Tehran. Take a gander at this. That's Salami calling for help. He doesn't really sound that cheery, though, over the intercom this morning. Like, he doesn't really sound like he's that into it. But anyways,
Yeah.
It appears that at this moment, you're having a small... Oh, wait a minute. So apparently now the Iranian Atomic Energy Chief is confirming that the nuclear reactor at the Natanz underground nuclear facility has actually been destroyed. It hasn't just been heavily damaged, it's been completely destroyed by the Israeli airstrikes. So now we're going to be putting that down as our update, because the most important nuclear research facility in the whole country has officially been destroyed, according to the Iranians, at this moment right now. So Natanz has been destroyed as a facility. At least according to their own official reports, if we were to take those at face value. A big thanks to Matthew for finding all of this news and information, by the way, throughout the show, because we have been absolutely going throttle to the wall, or balls to the walls, they put it, for about 3 hours, actually 3 hours and 11 minutes at this point, and a lot of this news has been found by Matthew. We would both be doing it, but the problem is that if I go to the home on Twitter and we're both looking for it, it actually cancels out and we don't see anything on either end. So he's the one who's been finding all the news tonight. But it does appear that the Natanz nuclear facility has been completely destroyed, according to the reports by their own Iranian Atomic Energy Chief, meaning that the enrichment reactor at Natanz is knocked out. We've also been able to hear that it appears that the Isfahan reactor may have been hit. It also appears that the reactor near to Iraq, the IR-40, may have also been hit and destroyed as well. And we have also heard that there were explosions that were coming around the area of Fordo, but we have not been able to confirm exactly how much damage has occurred at that enrichment facility either. So we are still waiting for some more information on that at the moment, but we can confirm that these are all the major impact sites that we've seen at the moment that the Israelis have hit. Kermanshah, Tabriz, Iraq, Natanz, Isfahan, and Tehran. And we've also been able to confirm smaller impact sites around the city of Ilam, the city of Karashirin, and also the city of, let's see here, actually let me make it further north and make sure we're covering all of them, and Isfahan as well, which it was already listed on that map right there. So we were able to confirm some other secondary attacks that appear to have hit at this moment, and it does seem as though the damage has been critical, and it may seem that the Iranian nuclear program has actually been stopped dead in its tracks by a single 3-hour stint of Israeli air attacks. It kind of makes you wonder, now looking at the Israelis literally dismantling the Iranian nuclear program in about 4 hours, why was the U.S. so hesitant on just doing it themselves? Because it actually was a lot easier than we believed initially.
Yeah, I just wonder why. Like, I guess it could have gone wrong. They could have been unsuccessful. I guess they could have been. But, you know, when you plan an operation to a degree like Israel's doing, the odds of success go up dramatically. But I guess it just takes balls, I guess you could say. Sometimes bad decisions, or not bad decisions, but hard decisions take balls. And if you don't got them, then you're not going to do it. And of course, like the old saying goes, sometimes weak men create hard times. And I think here Israel did the right thing because they didn't take the weak option. They did one thing that everybody was telling them not to do, and they actually were very successful at it. They've taken out a humongous portion of the nuclear facilities inside of Iran, and that will stop them from developing a nuke. So I would say bravo to Israel. But now the big thing is now they're going to have to deal with the aftermath of it, which is not going to be easy, and that's going to be the hard part. So Iran and all their proxies are going to be coming at Israel like they've never come at them before. And it's going to be something that Israel's going to have to see if they can rise to the occasion. And I believe they will. But I hope, and I sincerely hope, that the U.S. is going to be behind them all the way. Because if we step away now and tell Israel, okay, well, you did something against our will, you're on your own completely now. That'll be the worst thing we've ever done in foreign policy history. And I hope we're not heading that direction. So right now, I just don't know. I can't really make a prediction either way. I would assume we're going to support Israel, but I'm a little bit on the fence.
And so with that, we are going to hopefully see that the United States does the right thing instead of the wrong thing, which would be to be weak. Hopefully we'll do the right thing and we'll be strong. But beyond that, someone said, any videos? We've been showing them for 3 hours and 15 minutes, man. Bear with us. Bear with us, man. We've been at this for 3 hours and 15 minutes straight. This is literally the longest news segment, uninterrupted news segment we've ever done in channel history. No joke. There's never been one that has been as long as this. Because we haven't even had a question segment or anything in the meantime. It's all been polls and news and videos. So if you're asking where the videos are, man, this is the most video-rich night we've ever had, honestly. This is actually the biggest news night that we've ever had, really, so far in channel history, to be entirely honest, at least as a ongoing major development. Y'all are watching a country get denuclearized by force in the front of your very eyes. Something like this doesn't happen often. In fact, it rarely ever happens at all in world history. I think this may be one of the first times it has happened. So this is actually a majorly historical night. More so than really any other that we've seen so far in the 21st century, including the beginning of the war in Ukraine. I mean, the war in Ukraine is a conventional war. There have been a dime a dozen conventional wars. But as far as a country forcefully being denuclearized through precision airstrikes and also having a lot of their military staff killed in a single...
The thing is, it takes a lot of preparation. It's not as easy as people think it is. It takes a lot of planning, preparation. Anything can go wrong. I am very surprised that things have. It's very surprising that Israel doesn't lose the aircraft with this stuff. Same with American military when we do strikes. It's amazing. You just have very good fighter pilots. You have good planning. You have jamming, radar jamming, missile jamming technologies, and stuff. We trade stuff with the Israelis and stuff like that. It's not easy. It's very hard. I mean, these pilots too, what they have to go through, going back and forth. I mean, I don't think people understand the logistics and the mental fortitude also that the pilots have to have, and they have to worry about other fighter jets, SAM, surface-to-air missiles, all this stuff. It's not easy whatsoever.
Let's see here.
It says spoke to Fox News' Brett Baer in the post on Twitter, so it would be a story from his show.
Someone's got to go look on Brett Baer's show real quick.
Can somebody let us know? Somebody let us know that, please, because
it's easy for them. Yeah, I mean they haven't been in the cockpit or anything. I mean, I've seen some pilots say that it's and how they describe it, how they reconnoiter, and how they what types of missiles they use, bombs and stuff like that. It's not that easy. You have to have the right technologies to do it too. I mean, if other countries tried this, that wasn't the U.S. or Israel, it would not go off so well. I mean, they'd have jets blown up in the sky. I believe that it's just, you know, the U.S., UK, maybe some European countries, but other countries being able to do this, no. I mean, if Iran tried to get our old F-14s into the sky, I don't know if they'd even be able to take off. I don't think they'd be able to take off from their airfields. It'd be suicide if the Iranians try to use their Air Force. They're trying to get Sukhoi aircraft from Russia. Of course, then there's China. I don't think they got the money for that. And Russia has lost a lot of aircraft. They need all the aircraft they can have. I don't think they want to part with anything. I mean, I think that they tried to get, you know, Sukhoi, you know, these new aircraft. The thing is, the Russians would be like, we already lost so many aircraft. We don't want to part with it in case we absolutely need it. You know, they've lost so many aircraft over Ukraine, it's terrible. For them to part with it, they'd be crazy. And if they went to the Chinese, they're like, well, what can you give us? You know, what can you give to us in return, trade to us? And there's not really much that the Iranians could give the Chinese. So it's not easy at all what these pilots do. I mean, nerves of steel. They got definitely nerves of steel. Takes a lot of calm and everything. It's only few people could do what a pilot does, especially in these combat situations and going back and forth from Israel all through this airspace and everything. I mean, luckily, the U.S. has a say in these governments. We can tell them to say, hey, could you stand down? Could you do this, not do anything? It's like, you know, there's some, like I said, there's a lot of planning that goes into this stuff that people don't know about. It takes a lot of preparation. They have to have these, it takes, all in all, they have to get satellite information from the U.S. if they don't have satellites themselves. They have to get it from the U.S. or somewhere else. They have to see if any of the stuff has moved from one site to another. They have to have everything in place. They have to know where these fighters are, where tanks are, where the missiles are, missile sites, make sure nothing has changed. Right to the very last detail before they strike. And stuff. So, it's not at all easy whatsoever as people think. Because anything can change on the ground. They can change things around, except for these nuclear sites. They can't, there's only a certain amount of things that they can change around. A lot of stuff is underground from what we see. So they have to use like special bunker busting bombs and get those and just blow them to hell. So in getting those arms, they have to get either from us if they don't have it already. So
we have a little bit of a break period after 3.5 hours of straight up news coverage. I think it would be a good time to take a little bit of a moment to get to chit chat with all of y'all while we have the chance. So with that, I hope that lets y'all know what's going to be going on here, but don't leave.
Let me see here. I wonder what they That's from the first wave. They have 4 waves already. 4 waves. So Israel, they knew what if they really have already on their 4th wave. That means they know they need to take out these sites, overwhelm them with deadly extreme force to take out, Top Command and these other missile sites. And you're talking about, of course, some of these these ballistic missiles they have to worry about. They need to try and take those out. Whatever can hit them hard and destroy them, they need to take those out fast. So if they've really had their 4th wave, they better have taken those out. They better go back, just keep going until they're, overwhelm them. That's what the military is supposed to do, is to totally take out all their, infrastructure. Anything that could take them out, they need to take that out fast. And taking out the nuclear stuff, that's staying in one place. So what they have to worry about is any of these places where missiles, drones, where they build those, where they can move those. They need to take those out immediately. They need real-time intelligence. They need to see right now, they have to have aircraft in the air going over Iran. And they need U.S. spy, satellites to see what's going on in the sky. And there's ways of doing that. And they need to take out those missiles, those drone factories, etc. And if they want to take out command infrastructure, they need to go back and take out where they may be right now if they haven't already taken those people out. So this is something that they thought about, because I hope they have enough. Let's see what he's saying.
And so the military and the Mossad be able to actually execute, which so far it seems like they've done extremely well. But look, for Israel, it's important to understand that Iran has been an existential threat. So they have to put everything they got into knowing what's going on there. And they've done an unbelievable job. I'll just add one thing. Imagine if we had a country like Israel that had, in Asia, that was able to have such intelligence on China and things like that. We could use other allies like Israel and their intelligence agencies.
Yeah, we do get intelligence from
We just got this in.
This is something that a lot of people don't know. We do get some technologies from Israel, like, some Iron Dome stuff. We do get technologies on reconnaissance and stuff like that, and surveillance, if, that's done. From what I know, from what I've heard of, they do have satellites as well. But I know that they also depend on us for intelligence. But we get a lot of intelligence from the Israelis. So.
A nuclear weapon. They continue. The Iranian regime has been working for decades to obtain a nuclear weapon.
Yes,
the world has attempted every possible diplomatic path to stop it, but the regime has refused to stop. The state of Israel has been left with no choice. The IDF has the obligation to act in defense of the civilians of Israel and will continue to do so. That's the social media post in full, and they looked like they attached a graphic to this tweet as well, just to give a visual representation of some of the progress that's been made. This leads me to one of the biggest questions that I get all the time from viewers. which is what's the, and this is going to sound like an obvious question to some people, but I would love the answer in your words. What type of threat does a nuclearized Iran pose?
Well, let me quote Steve Witkoff, if I may, for a second, who's President Trump's, senior, I don't know, aide. I mean, he's got the Iran account, he's got Ukraine, and he's got a host of things. And he said last night, it's an existential threat to Israel, and it's an existential threat to the United States. And it's, so I think that summarizes actually pretty well. I mean, one former Iranian president said that Israel is a one-bomb country. A one bomb, it's a small country. You put one nuclear bomb, God forbid, and explode it there, and it will pretty much destroy much of the country. I think there's no question that's pretty much true, but also just them having it gives them a nuclear umbrella to conduct all sorts of awful things. Look what they've been able to do in recent decades. This regime in Tehran has got to go down as one of the worst regimes ever. First of all, they've killed or maimed hundreds of American soldiers. They've look what they do to their own people, their women, what they do to their own people. And they have two main enemies, Israel and the United States. And they always call us the big Satan and Israel the little Satan. If they have a bomb, then it's not just what they could do, but other countries in the region are going to get the bomb, and you have a nuclear proliferation. If you thought the Middle East was a tinderbox before, it'd be a lot worse. I think also there's something that's important for Americans to understand. Many U.S. presidents every president for about the last 30 years has said we will not allow a nuclear Iran, Democrat or Republican. And every president vowed to prevent such a thing. Well, when it came down to it, it was only Israel that was willing to do that. I think that
is true.
I think, if I may, I think Israel also made these warnings, and I think they had to do something. Not only,
I think the big picture is there are people, that also do not like Israel and stuff like that right now, and that's because of what they did to some Gaza and stuff like that, which I get. But you don't want Iran to ever have nuclear capabilities. We got extremists here in the country as it is in the European Union and the UK. From these countries. Extremists have totally messed up, these countries. And Iran, their regime is run by Khomeinis, religious extremists that just want to wipe Israel off the map. And it'd be nice to just have people get along. But you never want Iran to have that. That's just a nightmare. That'd be a nightmare.
Collaborate with the Israelis and hit some of the tougher targets that our bombers are more able to destroy than the Israeli bombers are. If we didn't want to participate in operation, so far it's clear the president doesn't want to, it seems like, but even if we don't, there are ways we could help the Israelis with intelligence, with air refueling. Certainly, we got to help them as much as we can with protecting their airspace. So the Iranians, as you mentioned earlier, they're going to seek revenge. So if they fire a lot of ballistic missiles, we need to be helpful to them. It'd be unusual for President Trump, who was so pro-Israel, not to at least give the support that President Biden gave Israel. So I think there are ways we could help them, but I think one of the other ways we could help Israel, but also very much our own interest, is to warn the Iranians and make the Tehran regime, among the officials that are still alive, they need to understand that if they escalate this, if they retaliate hard against Israel, if they try to hit our troops, if they try to hit other parts of the Middle East, our Arab allies, if they try to make this a regional war, then we're going to respond very strongly at Tehran, and it could undermine the very regime itself. And I think because it's in our interest, as the Israelis and our other allies in the region, that this has not become a regional war, and we have to make that abundantly clear to the Iranians. We're not going to tolerate. We're not going to allow that. And I think that might be one of the most important things we could do right now.
Michael Makovsky is the head of JINSA. We appreciate you staying up late with us. Take care.
No, thank you. Have a good night. Good talking to you. Bye.
So, we have a live vantage point of the White House just past midnight in the nation's capital. It is time for us to take a quick commercial break. The Foundation for the Defense of Democracy is joining us when we return.
Try to look at different. This guy's going to another vantage point, which is good. No reason to stay in one place. Penetration with that. Yeah. That's blasted so hard that would kill a person. The output with that, oh my god. That is freaking insane. That is freaking insane. That would actually kill a person. That damage that they can do. Wow. Ha ha! See the Palestinian flag. This one. I was trying to look at different feeds here.
It runs while I'm asleep, so you might want it. I just need to start it before then.
I think News Scum is gonna flip when he sees that the National Guard and federal troops have not left. And I will love that. Live, huh?
ساختمون و هتل کیر نمیدونم موشک زدن چی زدن واحدهای بغلی رو خبر ندارم ساختمون و هتل کیر نمیدونم موشک زدن چی زدن واحدهای بغلی رو خبر ندارم
What Trey was talking about, a message from America, a message from Iran. We just got this, crossing from Reuters. Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei is alive. Briefed about the situation following Israeli strike, security sources telling Reuters. So, Tehran, Iran is kind of letting the world know that the Supreme Leader Khamenei is in fact alive. But as we reported earlier, the leader of the IRGC was reportedly taken out, and Iran has not. In fact, they have kind of confirmed, the Iranian news agency, they have kind of confirmed that he was taken out. I want to bring in Danny Danon, the UN, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. And Danny Danon, if you can give us some kind of comments on, one, what you think about what's happening tonight in or early in the morning in your home country, and about this response from Iran and what their statements are saying. What do you make of all this?
Face tonight it's a historic night. Israel took preemptive actions against Iran. We have been saying it for years that we will not allow Iran to obtain nuclear weapons, and now we're actually taking actions against Iran. And we have two goals in this operation: to make sure they cannot put together a bomb, and also we want and we will destroy their ballistic missile capabilities. What we have seen, it's only the beginning. We will continue and we will go all the way until Iran will not pose a threat, not only to Israel, but to the entire Western civilization. Many times people condemn us, but I'm sure, when they will learn in the history books 20, 50, 100 years from tonight, they will realize it was a historic decision of the Israeli government.
Yeah. One more while I've got you, Ambassador. Marco Rubio issued the following statement, quoting here, "Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel." Ambassador, when you look and you hear the statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, is there anything that makes you believe that maybe America can remain out of this, that Israel knew that America wanted to stay out and went forward anyway?
Well, this was a decision that was made by Israel, and not for the first time. Also when we attacked the nuclear reactor in Iraq and in Syria, it was an independent decision. And it was the right decision. Same tonight. We talk with our allies in Washington, in other capitals, but at the end of the day, we take our own decisions. But, we have heard the threats coming from Tehran, threatening the allies of the United States in the region. We are ready. The people in Israel woke up a few hours ago. They are all waiting to see what will happen, what will be the retaliation. It will not be easy for us, but we are willing to pay the price. We are determined to protect ourselves. And Trace, 80 years ago, the Allies liberated the death camps, including Auschwitz. Today, we are not counting on the Allies to protect Israel. We have our own country, our own military, and we are capable to make sure that this Holocaust will not happen again. So this was an act of self-defense, and I think that we all pray for the brave pilots and soldiers who are protecting Israel tonight.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Hey, what? Rocket middle finger to Trump? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Did you say that? No way. I don't feel like getting into that. I don't. Everything new.
این ساختمون رو ترکید نمیدونم موشک زدن چی زدن واحدهای بغلی رو خبر ندارم
Curiosity here is, do we have any indication of how the Israeli public at large?
It's just what President Trump, he says, was aware. Okay, there are no surprises, but the U.S. is not involved. Militarily, it hopes Iran will return to the table for a peace deal. Alright.
Feels about striking Iran in such a way. Is there any reliable polling to suggest which way the Israeli public falls about de-escalating Iran's nuclear program?
Yeah, I mean, the polling I've seen over the years and months is overwhelming
right.
support for getting rid of Iran's nuclear weapons program. I mean, I think the vast majority of Israelis understand that that weapon represents an existential threat to the survival of the state of Israel. The regime in Iran has made no secrets of the fact that they want to destroy Israel. They built a ring of fire around Israel. They supported, financed, and greenlit the October 7th attack by Hamas against Israel, which was the worst attack against Jews, single-day attack since the Holocaust. So since October 7th, there's no Israeli that's under the illusion that if Iran were to get weapons of mass destruction, that the regime would use those either directly to destroy Israel or would use that to blackmail Israeli prime ministers, American presidents, and use its proxy army and its missiles to rain death on the Israeli public. So no Israelis under any illusion, and I think the majority of Israelis certainly support what happened tonight, and certainly politically across the political spectrum. I mean, from left to right, Israeli leaders are united in this, from Yair Lapid and Yair Golan on the left to Naftali Bennett on the center to center-right, to obviously Prime Minister Netanyahu and people even to the right of him. So across the political spectrum, overwhelming political support.
Right now on the screen, Mark, we're showing some of the video from earlier, showing some of the damage from the blasts. We also have video of at least one of the strikes, two of the strikes perhaps. Of course, we'll wait until morning. Perhaps more video of what happened will come through, but for now, this is all we have to work with. One big question I have about all of this is, where does Iran and Israel's relationship fit in here? So I have talked almost nightly about the Israel-Hamas war since October 7th, 2023. And I remember one facet of the war that we talked about so often in the early months was the idea that this war was being fought largely through proxies. Israel was fighting directly with Hamas. For a time, they were having back and forth with Hezbollah. That got intense at times. The Houthis have been another story as well. In fact, the Houthis have managed to pierce the Iron Dome on occasion. My question for you, though, is what does it say about the Iran-Israeli relationship and the Middle East at large that we're now seeing for, I believe, a third time, Iran and Israel actually directing strikes at each other instead of through proxies. What does that say about the state of affairs in the Middle East, Mark?
Well, I think it demonstrates, as you said, twice last year in April and October, and now this year in June, that the Supreme Leader Khamenei and the Revolutionary Guards of Iran have decided to take their war with Israel out of the shadows, a war that they had been fighting through these terror proxies.
So
This kind of ring of fire that had surrounded Israel, where Israel was really fighting with the tentacles of the octopus and not hitting the head of the octopus, and that the ground rules of this war have changed, and I think changed in Israel's favor, as Israel has severely degraded this so-called axis of resistance that Khamenei had built, which I call this axis of misery, done severe damage to Hezbollah, severely degraded Hamas, taken out key capabilities of the regime, being able to kill Hamas terrorists in IRGC safe houses in Tehran, penetrated, again, and you see some of the results of that tonight, really penetrated at every area of the Iranian security establishment, and also been able to find really thousands of Iranians who just, the millions of Iranians who despise this regime and the thousands of Iranians prepared to work with Mossad in order to try to bring down this regime. It's really put the Israelis on offense for the first time. And I think October 7th, in that respect, as horrific as an event it was for Israel, it really changed the rules of the game, that the Israelis were no longer prepared to play defense, no longer prepared to try to contain the threat, no longer were looking to de-escalate while Khamenei built these terror armies around them and moved ahead on a nuclear weapons program. Israel would now go on offense. And I think you've seen the results of that since April of last year, certainly through September and October, and now most dramatically tonight. And we'll have to get, the battle damage assessment. It's obviously going to be multiple days of strikes, and we'll see what is left standing inside the Islamic Republic. But I still think there's dangerous days ahead. I mean, the regime has at least 3,000 ballistic missiles and other cruise missiles and thousands of drones, and it's got sleeper cells around the world. It's got still, Houthis and Iraqi Shiite militias and terrorist organizations in the West Bank, and still Hezbollah still has thousands of fighters. So, one should not underestimate the ability of the regime to strike back against Israeli and Jewish targets around the world, and not get too celebratory in terms of what Israeli initial success is. It's going to be a long, tough fight, but I think the Israelis decided they
قائدای بغلی خبر ندارم.
Why do they play the same crap?
And we are absolutely honored and greatly appreciative of so many people being here with us and watching this. It is actually a little bit crazy to look over at the amount of views that we've gotten. Our peak viewership tonight actually reached, for a short while, 37,300 people, which is about a small city. And we also have had a metropolis nearly of people who have watched the show since the beginning of about 450,000 views total at this point, meaning that tonight, this is kind of like a calm, cool, and collected thing at this point, Matthew. For some reason, I don't really feel like
The terror empire has continued to radicalize and destabilize the region with its proxies, while working relentlessly to advance its military nuclear capabilities and expand its ballistic missile arsenal. Iran's leaders have made no secret of their openly repeated intention to annihilate the state of Israel. For years, the regime has prepared to turn that vision into reality.
crazy sort of a thing. Because we've just never seen viewership numbers like these often. So a pretty cool thing to see, and we love to know that all of y'all were here. And I got to thank you, Steve Watkins, at work for being here and watching the news during such a major and historic moment. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And let's see. Someone said, I thought I saw 45,000 watching. No, it only got up to 37,300. But YouTube sometimes shows the actual number to the viewers in a really wonky way, and sometimes it heavily misrepresents their numbers to the viewers themselves. So you may have seen that, but on our end in the control room, it only says that we reached a peak of 37,300. But with that, I hope that does address to the best again. Big thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
All right, so we do have a piece of breaking news here. We're going to stop for our super chat segment for just a moment and jump into some breaking news. We have gotten some footage out of Natanz, the Natanz nuclear site. That would be our second piece of footage here that we have on our Twitter page. And it appears to show smoke billowing up from the location of Natanz, and it's kind of hard to tell what we're looking at, but we do have a video, so let's take a peek.
That's billowing up very forcefully.
کتاده بانبان کتاده اوه
The potato! The potato! Oh!
نترس برو نترس نواز نترس
I'm just saying, if those guys had any sense, they would have not stayed anywhere near that, because obviously Natanz is an active nuclear facility, and it's billowing smoke out of something, so, you know, it would seem not very wise to stay near it, but, you know, that's just dumb.
You know, man, with the speed at which that smoke is billowing upwards, it almost gives you kind of like a feeling of a Chernobyl reactor meltdown. You know, with how it kind of looks? It looks very similar.
No.
It kind of feels like I didn't want to really say that because I'm not sure what this would be, but I mean, it looks like something that could have some pressure behind it, like maybe a reactor.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, they did have a enrichment reactor in there, so it's possible.
Hold it.
And we also get to see a fire.
Hold it. I see a ring right there. Wow. Changed my mind a bit on it. Yeah, I did change my mind on it. Yeah.
Fire up here at the, let's see, in Kermanshaw, which actually, let me show y'all where Kermanshaw was. It was right here. This is Kermanshaw. So this is also some footage that was coming from that city. And this appears to be some sort of protected missile site that was hit, penetrated, and then actually caught on fire and exploded. So it was a successful hit. What kind of a car horn was that? Like, what the hell was that? Did you hear that? That sounds like a mix of a train horn and a car horn.
That's that crappy sanctioned car horn right there, the type you get when you're like sanctioned to hell and back.
Dude, that's that Crapatola car horn right there.
What the fuck?
We see the fires burning at the missile facility. And also there's another fire coming from the hillside over there. I thought that guy got hit by a car at the end, the way that camera started flying around. But those are the clips that we have at the moment. And it does appear that the missile facility was hit inside of Kermanshaw. And we also were able to see that the Natanz nuclear facility is having a very weird letting off of smoke. May possibly be radiological in nature. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and jumping right back into our super chat questions while we still scan for breaking news, the next ones go to Hokey Redneck. And
Hokey Redneck. Wow.
Israel, because the U.S. was acting very.
In a moment.
Shout out to the Afterburner here.
Let's see here. Check. Right now it's just showing the basic stream setup. I haven't streamed live in a while, but today we're going to be breaking down the attack that just happened. So I want to talk to you guys about the targets that were hit in Iran and what Israel did. That has happened. So from Israel into Iran can be tapped. Strategic reserves can be tapped. So Iran, they're going to think that they can shut down oil flow to the rest of the world. However, I'm assuming probably just Russia and China are the ones that are buying their oil at this point. Maybe Venezuela, some other nations like that. Right. But we're probably looking at a situation where this Strait of Hormuz right here could be shut down. And I trained for this. I strafed fast boats, practiced strafing fast boats prior to deployment. Deployed to Bagram, Afghanistan over here. But we were there flying close air support missions. I flew 70 close air support missions, but we were there also for strategic defense for Iran. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm trying to throw out some things that might be coming up in the next few days just so you guys aren't shocked. You're getting the information straight from the source, and hopefully that is something that, you guys can feel better and sleep better tonight knowing that you're getting some of this true information just from, the horse's mouth, as they like to say. So Israel's defense minister has declared a state of emergency right after the strikes began. And he said basically a missile and drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future. Israel seems at this point to be focused on military targets, which makes sense. And then the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, told the nation this operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove the threat. Wow. So Iran is going into beast mode. They're going into full battle mode. And like I said, this just got real. Thank you guys for the super thanks. I see those flowing in. Quick check-in on everybody. Michael Beedry, AFQ, Tommy, M. Gifford, Matt. If you guys are just rolling in, I've got a 787 video that's up, but this live stream is specifically focused on those Israeli attacks on Iran, just to give you
need to take something real quick. this could go on for days. Sounds like.
You guys some information straight from the fighter pilot source. So let's keep going a little bit more. The U.S. has said we are not involved. President Trump says we're not involved in strikes. I don't know if this is President Trump. This is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. So Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. So Israel advised, and that's likely why the U.S. started to pull out a lot of non-essential personnel over the last few days. So here's another map showing some of the strikes and the nuclear installations in Iran. And then, Trump approved the withdrawal of a lot of American personnel. And then Trump said that he's delaying talks with Iran, and the U.S. envoys, obviously at this point, everybody's kind of paused. And they feel less confident now than they would have a couple of months ago that a deal could be reached because, hey, the talks failed. And so Israel's looking at this and saying, all right, well, the talks failed. I guess we have one more option. I want to talk also about the strike itself. So quick overview of Israel's likely strike. So here's what I think happened. Again, not fully verified. I've compiled a lot of information from X posts. And again, just trying to get you guys this information as fast as possible. Israel's F-15I, that is a variant of the F-15, and it's called the F-15I Ra'am. It is a strategic jet that is used to carry the heavy metal. So I've talked with Bodie Bodenheimer, fighter pilot, also my dad. We had a discussion prior to this live stream. Basically the best fighter jet aviation guru that I've ever known, and he happens to be my dad. Kind of cool. But we talked about probably the strike was F-35Is, probably 12 to 14 of them, striking on different axes, and then followed up with F-15I. So the F-35I probably going in after some sort of a cyber attack on the SAM systems. But the F-35I, its ability for seed suppression of enemy air defenses is second to none. I mean, that thing is just a total beast. So F-35I, think about the F-35I going in at the point of the spear. And that's, it's like the 300, it's like you don't need that many of them, but they can go up against a massive amount of SAMs and S-300s, likely of what Iran has. But I would assume probably within about 25 minutes, the F-35Is hunted, basically waited for the SAM systems, the S-300s, to turn on, and then they hunted them, literally hunted them. So it was a scary day for any radar operators sitting anywhere close to these things, because as soon as those things turned on, the F-35Is likely saw them from 100 plus miles away. I don't know the exact range, but that F-35I is going to see that S-300, hone in on it, and then boom, strike it with some sort of weapon. A harm type missile is going to go after that. So they're going to take those down, and then the F-15Is are going to roll in after that with the heavy metal. The F-15Is can carry a 5,000-pound bunker buster bomb. It's a laser-guided bomb. I trained with this many times, and so they likely went in with that bunker buster bomb and just like dominated the Natanz and Fordo nuclear sites. And they've really probably focused on a lot of the laboratories as well, where the scientists are within days of being able to convert that civilian nuclear energy into nuclear weapons. So quick overview on this. So the F-35I is going to have the AN APG-70, and that is a beautiful radar. I flew with the APG-82, which is an even more advanced ASA radar, and I'm just telling you guys, this ASA radar is insane. Incredibly capable radar for air-to-air targets and air-to-ground targets. And so F-15I coming in behind the F-35s is just a no-brainer. Payload capacity, 18,000 pounds, probably with that 5,000-pound bunker buster bomb on the center line. And Fordo and Natanz are known for having bunkers. So again, you're going in a mountainous area, Fordo. Here we go. Here's Fordo. Going into that mountainous area, you want a 5,000-pound bomb, maybe a 2,000-pound bomb with bunker buster capability, but the 5,000-pounder that's the big money. That's what's going to really be the big stick in this situation, going into this mountainous terrain. So think of it, you got 14 F-35Is followed up very shortly with, here, I'll pull up a picture of the F-35I, followed up very shortly with the F-15I, and it's going to be an unstoppable wave that Iran's going to have no chance against these things. So here's an F-35I. Let's see. Yep, there's that beautiful F-35I. Wow. I mean, it's just a beautiful jet. Thanks for everybody rolling into the chat. Again, I just wanted to get a live stream out to you guys before I do a full video on this, and we'll go from there. All right, so F-15Es as well in theater with those rocket pods, so about $20,000 per rocket. Not cheap, but
Holy
imagine an AMRAAM, $1 million AMRAAM versus these rockets. So these squadrons are sitting by. They're ready for Iran's drone strikes. They're going to be launching Shahed 168, 158 drones, and it's just going to get wild over there. Koala Man 33. Do you think F-35s took out radar sites for the F-15s? Yes, I do. Thanks for that super chat and for that question. I definitely think that's what took place. Let's see. We got Steve, Nafo, Gifford, Jeremy, Michael Bodie. Give me the support. Appreciate that. Michael Bodie, Bodenheimer, fighter pilot. Do you have anything you want to add in? I'll try to catch it if you throw it in the chat. The chat's.
I always forget. I always wonder, if there's the F-35s, if we sold them that. I need to remember this, that after so many sources, that's the reason why they have lost aircraft, because they're using F-35s. They're just gonna be able to get through. They take out those radar sites first. Then the other aircraft, the F-15s, come in. Another aircraft. It's pretty easy done deal. I mean, it's still hard. Like this one guy, like aggressively is saying. It's still hard, very hard. But it makes it a breeze compared to what it'd be, of course, without stealth aircraft.
It's moving pretty quick. We've got 2,300 people in here in this live stream watching this right now. So I'll try to catch it. But Bodie, if you have anything that you want to show, you want to talk about, throw that out there as I kind of go through this summary here. Okay, F-35. So let's talk about some of the tactical execution. So the F-35Is probably use Syrian airspace. This is coming from Grok. And they likely exploited gaps in the regional defenses of Iran. So they probably know exactly where those S-300s are. And they exploited that. And then the strikes occurred just before dawn. So they leveraged darkness. And again, when it comes to hunting in an F-15, an F-35, that's when you hunt. You hunt at night. And that's when you do your best work when it comes to these strategic strikes. Let's see, refueling aircraft, EW platforms, possibly drones supported the F-35Is, enabling long-range operations and real-time intelligence. Probably some sort of X-Guards. If you guys are familiar with X-Guards, those are radar spoofing technology. They can be drones, but they could also just be electronic. Think of collaborative wingmen. Those drones are going to work as collaborative wingmen for the F-35Is. Iran probably, out of desperation, pumped off some of their S-300s, but they're likely going to go after the X-Guards or any type of spoofing that the F-35s have. So the S-300s, effectiveness against stealth platforms. I'm just going to throw this out there. You guys know what this means, right? Joey's asking, can Iran strike back effectively? Iran can do a massive wave of drones. So here's what Iran can do. Massive wave of drones, and they can also activate terror cells around the region. They can activate terror cells in many different countries that they've basically pumped a lot of their energy into. Think of the Yemeni rebels, but think of small teams as well, small teams of people that they've basically embedded throughout different countries, maybe even in Israel itself. So Israel is at a full-scale level 5 level of protection right now. So they're directly targeting the nuclear facilities. That's what Israel did. And that's signaling Israel's willingness to act preemptively against any type of ambition for nukes that Iran might have. So F-35Is, it basically is the star of the show. You got to have the F-35Is in there. And that's why, likely Israel's F-35Is are going to continue to do the strikes for the next few days. And Iran's basically helpless. So I actually got a call coming in right now from a buddy of mine from Iran. He's Iranian. I'm going to talk with him after this live stream. But great dude, many great people from Iran that I know, and they probably want a regime change. You know, the Ayatollah has his foot on the neck of the Iranian people, and it's unfortunate. What a crazy situation. But I want to talk to you guys about the Delilah. This is the Delilah.
I like that.
This is a cruise missile, and if I'm a betting man, I would say, okay, probably the F-35s that did the initial strike on the S-300s, let's say it was like 15 to 20 of them, they're probably going to have no external pylons or any cruise missiles on them because they want to be as stealthy as possible, and they want to take out all the S-300s. After that, though, you could have F-35s that have these pylons on them with the Delilah. They're gonna risk a little bit of stealth loss, so they're gonna lose a little bit of stealth. But at the end of the day, not the biggest deal because most of the S-300s are going to be taken down already. So then the Delilah is going to come in, and that's probably going to be loaded on some F-35s and then F-15Is. So the Delilah is going to go after hardened targets in that mountainous terrain, and they're extremely capable standoff cruise missiles. These are not something that you would want to have coming after you. The ability of these things to reach out and touch pretty much any target is it's pretty wild. The capabilities of these things is insane. I'll just kind of leave it at that. I mean, think of AI. Think of AI directing cruise missiles, AI strikes. You basically fire and forget and let the cruise missile just dominate. So likely a lot of these Delilahs were launched in this as well. I do want to quickly hit, and this is something I'll cover when I do the full YouTube video, but I want to quickly hit on the Olympic Games. So the Olympic Games was back in roughly 2005 to 2006. It was under President George W. Bush, but then it got accelerated under Barack Obama. And it was an operation where they deployed a Stuxnet worm. It was the first one of its type, an offensive cyber weapon, and it disrupted Iran's uranium enrichment process. So it literally made the centrifuges spin at a level where they kind of ate themselves and destroyed themselves. So that delayed or disrupted Iran's nuclear program way back then, and that was in Natanz, where the facilities, centrifuges, which enrich uranium are located. So again, the fact that it's being hit again doesn't surprise me at all. Right. But the Stuxnet worm, think of what's going on in Israel right now. Whether there was a cyber attack that was coinciding with the F-15Is and the F-35Is is remained to be seen. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of Stuxnet in conjunction with this, even if it was just a virus or something to take down their integrated air defenses, and that's called the IADS, integrated air defense systems. So if those were taken down, I would assume there would be some sort of cyber attack as well. And that's why in a large force engagement like this, you have push times, you have times where you cross the border, and you do not deviate from those. Because as a fighter pilot, you know that once you cross a certain border, that's not just you, it's not just your strike package. It's the fact that there's things like this going on in the background. Even though as fighter pilots would like to think we're the center of the universe. Wait, the universe doesn't revolve around fighter pilots? Even though we'd like to think that, the reality of it is that these types of operations are in collaboration with lots of cyber attacks, cyber warfare. The Mossad is working overtime. There's a lot going down. So Israel actually has a specialized unit called Unit 8200. It's a signals intelligence unit. They combine with Mossad, and they provide critical intelligence on Natanz's operations, probably on the daily. And they learned, I'm sure, over the last few days, with the talks breaking down and with Russia stepping in and saying, oh, yeah, okay, we'll help you out, Israel. They knew. The Unit 8200 and Mossad knew they had to go in and they had to take down these different uranium enrichment facilities extremely quick. So the malware, it's basically, you can think of it as an industrial vacuum cleaner for sensitive information because it's going to just wipe out a lot of information that the centrifuges are using. They claim that there's no connection of the Stuxnet to SAM systems, but if I was a betting man, I would assume that there would be some sort of cyber attack on the SAM systems. There's no credible sources, though, as of the time of this live happening, reporting on that. I just wanted to give you guys, just a thought for you to put in your pipe and smoke it. But Iran has that S-300, which is specifically from Russia. They have a Bavars, a 373, and those are critical for their air defense. But again, these were taken down by F-35Is, basically turned into dust. And it's been said that Iranian news has actually acknowledged that. I don't know why they're focused on that right now. They should probably be hiding. They should probably try to find a bunker, even though bunkers aren't going to be a safe place to be right now either. But let's quickly talk about the S-300 SAM system. So this is the bread and butter of Iran's IADs, their integrated air defense systems, which the F-35Is are going to target. Thanks for everybody being in the live. Quick shout out, Doug, Lonnie, Abukar, DJ. Glad everybody's here. Glad you guys are rolling in and getting some news from the horse's mouth. If you guys haven't checked out the 787 video, just plug for that. After this live is done, check that out. I'll do a follow-up to that because there is some more information on the 787 crash in India. But this live specifically is for the Iranian scenario. So the range of the S-300 system, 200 kilometers, let's just call it for easy math, 100 nautical miles. Its speed is Mach 6 to Mach 8. Potentially can go up to Mach 9 if they're going up against ballistic missiles. It's got a 180 kilogram high explosive fragmentation warhead. So yeah, that thing's a beast. If you guys throw in a super thanks, that's the best way for me to see your question, and I really appreciate you doing that. Jaw, thanks for the super thanks. He says, Iran is getting smoked. And remember, I'm like Ron Burgundy. I'll pretty much read everything you say, so I'll try to make sure it's actually relevant. The Ayatollah be hollering for salami at the snack bar. A lot of their senior leadership have been sent to afterlife. Yeah, Israel is targeting the senior leadership, and they're saying nothing is off the table. The gloves are off. This is an all-out war. In what I've seen so far, this is an all-out war. I just hope it doesn't spill over into a world war. Likely the U.S., President Trump, Defense Secretary Hegseth, they are probably talking to Putin. They're probably focused on not letting this spill over to some sort of nuclear conflict and making sure that Iran has not been supplied with an actual nuclear warhead from Russia. It's probably at the top of the list. I don't think Russia's stupid enough to do that, but I got to throw that out there. Hopefully that's part of their conversation. And then China's in on the talks as well, making sure that doesn't spill over. But then let's talk just a little more about this S-300 SAM system. So it can engage multiple targets. You've obviously got a radar system that is connected to this, and the radar can basically act as a mother for multiple different missiles. So if you take out the radar for the SAM systems, then you don't necessarily have to take out all the missiles. You can just take out the radar. You can take out the way that it communicates with command and control, and you've got yourself some dead S-300s. So that's likely what has been going down. Some other things, just disabling of the SAM systems here that I pulled up on Grok. Some remaining air defenses. Let's talk about what they might still have. They definitely still have short range systems. Those are going to be less effective like these against these F-35s. I mean, it's just not going to happen. So, okay, YouTube's asking me to throw in another goal. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, cool. It wants... Oh, okay. I'll take that. YouTube wants me to remind everybody that the Super Chat goal has 2 minutes left. We're trying to get to 10 super thanks, and that's just what YouTube wants me to say. There we go. We got Who, we got MR, we got Hajon in the chat. Glad everybody's here. So their remaining air defenses, so they've got the Bavar 373. That's basically a domestic made S-300. Very similar capabilities to that. Quick drink break. It's been a busy few days for the Max Afterburner channel, so likely not going to get a lot of sleep tonight either as I dive more into that 787, and then also I'm going to keep information coming to you guys. I'll do an official YouTube video on this as well. 1 minute left for that super thanks goal. Looks like we need to get, I think, 4 more super thanks. Matt's here, Human, Interactive, Preem, Rip. Glad you guys are here. So we talked about the remaining air defenses. I would assume they know. Iran knows at this point. If they turn on one of these radars, they are going to get blown to smithereens. I mean, it's going to be over for any of these radars that turn on with the F-35I going in. It's over for the SAM systems of Iran. So will this bring Iran to the negotiating table? That's something that I'll ask you guys. Corey, thanks for that super thanks. Thoughts on the partnership with the peninsula? You're going to have to explain that one a little more, man. Not quite sure what you mean on that one. Sorry. Remember, I'm a fighter pilot, so even though I fly at Mach 2, my brain doesn't always operate at Mach 2. So let me know a little more context behind that one. Glad you guys are all here. Here we go. Ballistic missiles and drone attacks. So I want to do a quick breakdown on what I think could likely happen over the next few days. So again, here's the map. I'm going to pull that video up one more time if I can. Of the region. So air travel is not shut down for no reason. So there's a lot of talks going on behind the scenes of what's going to happen next. So here's a no-fly area, Iraq. You've got Iran right over here on the right side. And, Iran above to the north. Again, fighter pilot, geography. So no-fly areas in pretty much all of Iran, a few little windows that you could sneak into. But again, commercial airliner traffic likely going to stop throughout the whole Middle East for the next couple of days. And strikes are going to continue. That's what I would expect. I would expect Iran's going to try to launch as many drones as they can. But Iran's going to preemptively get struck. Breck from Dallas. Breck Nichols from Dallas. Thanks for the super thanks, my friend. Appreciate that. Huge. That's awesome. Greatly appreciate that, man. That's awesome. Thanks so much.
Yeah, there never is that much air traffic around there anyway. It's usually always shut down. It's just usually military. And then, of course, unless you have Iran International Airport, that has some of their flights, but it's not even as busy as Baghdad or Syria and stuff. So
and then as you can see, this whole section of the map is shut down. I'll go ahead and play this video for everybody who's just getting here. But no fly zones, obviously, in Ukraine and Russia. Man, any airliners that get airborne right now, you're just risking getting shot down. So no operations areas all around the peninsula, the Palestinian peninsula there. Israel, that whole area. And again, U.S. fighter jets are going to be doing some work tonight. They're going to be, it's morning time over there, but they're going to be prepping ready with their drone killing rockets. And then Saudi Arabia, they're on high alert as well. Saudi Arabia has an F-15EI, I believe is what they call it. Two-seat F-15 that's going to be ready to kill drones as well. Alan Hilburn, thank you for the super thanks, man. That's awesome. Texas, go Texas, baby. I agree. Texas is awesome. But again, with the airspace being shut down like this is telling me that this regional conflict is going to continue for a while.
Yeah.
Again, trying to save civilian lives, keep airliners from getting up into these areas because it's just...
That's going to be going on for days, up to 5 days. So this is going to keep going for a while. They better take out the leadership very fast if they can. There's ballistic missiles and stuff, and places that house these drones, they need to be taken out fast and hard. So.
It's the Wild West. It's the total Wild West right now. So stepping back over to Grok. Yeah, so Iran's going to try to launch cruise missiles, drone attacks. It's going to be a large-scale attack that they'll try to launch. But remember, they did do a large-scale attack a few months back. I've got a full video coming out on that as well. But you could expect that Iran's going to target military bases, airfields, and they're going to really try to target civilian infrastructure. So Iran's going to try to schwack civilians in Israel. That's going to be their main thing. They're going to want to try to enact shock and awe and terror on the Israeli population. So that's something that to be on the lookout for over these next few days. Israel's Iron Dome, their David Sling system, that's going to be on high alert. That thing's going to be launching hundreds of missiles towards projectiles, likely in the near future. But Iran's going to take a while probably to launch this attack. This isn't something that I would expect Iran to flip a switch and go for. They got to prep and prepare, and they're weighing what they should be doing. But they do have cruise missiles that can, cause some.
The question is, will it be left over? What they got left over? They'd have to wait and see. I mean, Israel's going to be continuing to bomb these places for days. I mean, they try and do something, they could get bombed at that second. Israel could have assets just waiting for to pounce on them. And there is pilots can have target of opportunity, where like in World War II and part of the Persian Gulf and stuff like that, is where sometimes pilots are given the authority to go after military value targets, that could be used against them as well. They could deviate, after they've done their mission, they could just take those out, or if they see something, they can go command and say, hey, I see this, could I take this out? This is a high value target, and stuff like that. So.
Pain, cause some harm, like what they launched against U.S. bases in Iraq. Greetings from Eielson Air Force Base. Awesome. Hey, man, I lived at Eielson Air Force Base. My dad, Bodie, he's in this chat somewhere. He's here on this live. I had a conversation with him prior to this live stream. He's a F-16 fighter pilot who was stationed at Eielson Air Force Base, and that's where actually I fell in love with fighter aviation. I remember standing on the flight line as an 8th grader watching a 4-ship of F-16s take off in full afterburner. It was over for me after that. I mean, what am I supposed to do after that? There's no coming back from watching 4 F-16s take off in full afterburner at sunset. So that kind of put a spark in my heart to become a fighter pilot. So you're right there. You're at Eielson Air Force Base in Alaska, where that happened for me. Wow. So hats off to you. Thanks for being up there. Thanks for your service. If you're serving up there at Eielson, which it sounds like you are, that's awesome. Appreciate that. Little Perrier break. Don't judge me. I'm not going to put the pinky out, okay? All right, so we talked about ballistic missile and drone attacks coming from Iran. That's what's likely going to be seen. Shahed 136 and 238 drones. Those little triangle-looking drones, those are going to be a big part of this. So the F-15Es likely launching from Saudi Arabia, and then also launching from different U.S. strongholds in Jordan would be my guess. And then Iran's going to try to bring the pain down on Israel with those drones and with cruise missiles. But I believe Israel's attacks, their overwhelming swarm of attacks, are going to kind of make Iran batten down the hatches for the next few days. And if Iran decides to launch another preemptive attack, it's not going to go unpunished. The last one, I believe, was kind of like, all right, we shot down most of them. Cool, no harm, no foul. I don't think that's going to be the case this time. I think Netanyahu, the team in Israel, the defense team over there, Mossad, their gloves are off. So again, hopefully this doesn't spill over into a larger regional conflict. Hi from Baltimore. Were there any other airframes you wanted to fly? F-35, Apache, Nighthawk, A-10. Let's see. F-22 probably was high on my list of airframes to fly, but the Apache surprisingly extremely high on my list. There's an airfield here where I fly right now that has a whole bunch of Apaches. Every time I fly over top, I'm like, what would that be like? And if anybody from the Army National Guard is watching this and you need a washed up fighter pilot to be an Apache pilot, I'm your guy. Just send me a DM on Instagram, Max Afterburner USA on Instagram. Let me know. I'll be in an Apache in a second. Again, what we could see from Iran, though, proxy attacks. So Iran could mobilize its axis of resistance. So that includes Hezbollah, includes Iraqi militias, and Houthis again. And they could, I doubt they would attack the U.S., but they could just see Israel as an extension of the U.S., so they could definitely launch attacks on the U.S. as well. So I would also encourage everybody watching this in the U.S., just be a little more aware. So if you're at an airport or you're at a location like a national pride type location, like the Golden Gate Bridge, somewhere like that, just be on the lookout for any type of suspicious activity, because Iran does have these small little axes of resistance that they can activate around the globe, likely some in the U.S. as well, little terror cells that they could escalate. They could try to take down airliners. They could try to, strap bombs onto airliners and try to take down a whole bunch of them at a time. They could potentially have shoulder-fired rockets, RPGs, that they could have smuggled into the U.S. They could be trying to shoot down airliners with. So if you see anything strange, like, again, I know this is way out there, guys, but, I believe in protecting you, your families, and America. So if you see anything strange going on, you see someone pulled over by an airport and they've got a massive container that they're opening up that has a long cylindrical tube, or it's just something looks suspicious, don't be afraid to call it out, call the authorities. As always, your number one call in an emergency situation should be to 911. Notify your local police department if you see anything suspicious. If you're at an airport and you see anything suspicious going on, then notify the nearest security personnel or a gate agent, someone that's wearing a airline uniform, notify them. And again, this is very unlikely that they would activate any terror cells in the U.S., but I want you guys all to be prepared. Yeah, anything strange, call the FBI hotline. Someone can probably throw the FBI hotline in the chat there. But I fully believe in being aware when things like this go down and when you're dealing with very unpredictable. Think of unpredictable people. If you're dealing with an unpredictable person, you want to be aware. And when you're dealing with an unpredictable regime with Saudi Arabia, every year, this is for situations just like this. So Iran's defense minister warned of targeting U.S. bases in the region already. So that's just coming in. That's what I'm getting, the latest information I'm getting right now. Iranian commanders have also threatened to disrupt maritime shipping in the Straits of Hormuz. And then, again, that's why the oil prices are spiking right now. Nuclear posturing. So Iran's probably going to try to accelerate uranium enrichment or announce new nuclear advancements to signal defiance. And they could just, Iran's status quo is defiance. So I don't think they're going to step down. I think they feel emboldened by the deal they made with Russia. And so their president, Pezeshkian, I don't know if I'm saying that right, President Pezeshkian, who's kind of a figurehead for the Ayatollah. They have a president, but the Ayatollah, the Islamic Republic, is who's in charge. Actually, someone gave a super thanks that I didn't acknowledge or say thanks to. Edward, appreciate your service and also for your professional opinion, I really appreciate that, Edward. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super thanks. That really means a lot. You heard that U.S. bases, this is from Truth, in Iraq has been attacked. Does anyone know anything, or are they safe? Let me see if I can look that up real quick. Let's see. Have U.S. bases in Middle East been attacked? Let's see. It says yes, U.S. bases in the Middle East, particularly. Oh wait, no, that was from. Sorry, that's not a current event. Have been attacked on June 12th, 20. Sorry, that was a. I didn't mean to say yes without verifying that. That was a report from the previous attack that they launched. So let's see. U.S. to pull some personnel from Middle East, U.S. evacuating personnel. So there's nothing that's come out so far that talks about military bases actually being attacked. But here are the different bases. So I think it's definitely worth us looking at the different bases that could be attacked. So U.S. controlled bases in Kuwait, you got lots of them. So here's Israel over here. And then other sites with a military presence from the U.S. So we've got Iraq here. You've got, Iraq has U.S. troops. Jordan has air assets. And then there's a lot of air assets in the region that can be used in this attack that could be taking place against these forces. So if Iran wanted to make a statement and start attacking U.S. bases, they could definitely do it because as you guys can see, there's a ton of U.S. bases in the region. So there we go. There's that. Okay, any other questions? If you guys want to throw out questions, I'll start taking those here in a second before I move on. But again, what we could expect from this conflict. So we talked about regional escalation. We talked about nuclear posturing, weakened capability. So Israel strikes have degraded.
Hopefully they take down all sites. Hopefully they will before they could do anything like that again. They're always going to want to, but the regime has to. the thing is, most people want a regime change in Iran. They don't like this one. I mean, this problem with so many countries is that they have radical extremists that have taken over that, a lot of countries, and they hold the power and everything, and the people don't have a say. People want peace. They don't like extremists, that are holding on to power, like in Iran. Say North Korea, they don't. Of course, a lot of them are brainwashed, too. A lot of them are brainwashed in North Korea. They're taught to kill Americans at a young age. When they're children, they have arcade games and, they're taught that they have to always be ready to kill Americans and have these arcade games where they shoot American soldiers, in the air landing and stuff. And they're scared to death of us and everything. And in Iran, they have that type of stuff where we're threatened and, all sort of stuff. So, hopefully take out the regime and get a democratic one with everything. People can have a rightful say in a democratic process. So, anyways, I'm going to end it right there. I hope everyone has a great morning, night, wherever you are, and peace out, everybody.